Yang berkebun maya, dulung nangan dulung nyawat berkebun dema, nangan langi, berkebun lewat, dulung nangan dulung nyulur berkebun dema, nangan langi, berkebun lewat, bukeliring bukeli wemeng palwa, koyang kaya kaya dengu. When the moon, you went the beggar, you like you feel from young, come down the general, the you, body you your mind, or your damn cherry, a gang long man, give it down, you can't my dory, my. When the moon, you bring a beggar, you like you feel from young, come down the general, the you, body you your mind, or a lamb cherry, a gang long man, give it down, you can't my dory, my.
Go, My beautiful people, I'm into you more than anything. What we say? When I wake up at morning, I used to go to a swim in Bad River, full of mangoes and trees alongside of the river. Gambella, Gambella, my beautiful Gambella. 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 We are 5 drivers, but no one knows that we are fast Tripoli. So this is big love, we chose to one another. So let's keep the love in that way forever and ever. Gambella, Gambella, my beautiful Gambella. 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 Gambella is land of so much pain. I'm into you more than anything. The land full of natural resource. Gambella is land of so much pain. I'm into you more than anything. The land full of natural resource like benzene and water. Gold mine and walla eye. Gambella, Gambella, my beautiful Gambella, 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 my beautiful Gambella, 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 my beautiful Gambella, 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 my beautiful Gambella. We are Fabian tribe, but one in his spirit. Let's keep the love in our beautiful land, Gambella. What we say? Tooth love music, Zayla production, yeah.
Charo the mute. Sorry, charo the mute. Charo picture check kan ubun. The loiter long ko chia benetian and gaibul kanas news network. And wale ban right ka tongna kan ban babgal ba English. Ma ted balat ka tong liniyo. To highlight a little bit, by mixed topic, by mixed language. I mean, by mixed language. Yo ben lat ka English sometime bel ben ka tong noeri. Ram good break tong lini yo is okay. Murai ke talk nueri, that's fine. Ba language ba mix. And tiana de ne take show kon ni mandana Lucy. I know time difference. Be impossible to feed the ko ben and tiane. Don't be put to 9 p.m. I don't know but take a time ko la let run wang and tama run wang ka Europe. So make on to Europe. Kan tambul go go ane che wela la ta run wang. So we will pack in walle kan ben dara topic feed tonight. So ben topic cha ne don't ka energy ka time to kan ben. We ben yo and then by topic by switch the benela ni men dong denela. Again the same issue with Gambella conflict. Again benela. Okay? So me kana me yo then ben chang den mi lor ka je bene pick ben bo. Nyamu gwa mala right ka social media gwa very fair ka judgment jenu gurka ko ne miro na ka community ka state ka country ka ni chang na take opinion mu gwa mala de then ba respect ba support na ko point make so jenu wala gor ku mi yak talk and then ba the real problem chap right kina right ka ba ne na mete ne ba na ta ga mal no ke jenu right gurga ngu talk koro ka nuere ke ga ba. Okay, so the token the alkena gor konge. Please share the show. Mugur beni yo ben right ko tong na right English no problem. But I mix a language. Okay, bano English yo ba ben ka tong nas ko ne go ba language ba mix. Again, so and topic about again chiane no Gambella current status. So ngai kone Anyuak take offensive position kon nuere to kon ka defensive position ka Gambella. And then dong show nen ka gan chale diro umot Canadian dong lat ka contribution grun dial ko ban werna ko ka last year 2022 show Gambella. The same mission nang yo wala lat recruitment coordinator make it yo show Gambella channel. Kan ikuli je we gan before kan ko show Gambella ta. So kakain the ran poshala chiran Anyuak ternam. Here Anyuak upeno here Anyuak elul ki Anyuak area tega ngadima metega akoba. So Anyuak tiernam Anyuak ran berar so ber South Sudan. So let's get the same link let's get again ber long time. So she watch you lot mandan we cha comment cha go then you can go bulu good, then I don't care. So like a peace, I'm surprised. And Anyuak talking about peace. And your community, they're talking about peace. What declare war on Nuer? Your community, you are on offensive. You declare war on Nuer. So why are you talking about peace? And we haven't declared war against Anyuak. We are on defensive position in most area. So let me say this. Let me share this with you. Those, Anyuak have attacked probably more than 7 places in Nuer area in Gambella. Look at this. Anyuak terrorists attack Nuer in the following area: Matar Gagwan, Itang, Makot, Gambella City, Pinyudu, Kulawan, Puldang, and to mention few area. Those places were attacked by Anyuak terrorist community. They are on an offensive position. They declare war on Nuer in Gambella. Not only Anyuak Ethiopia, the entire Anyuak community, both South Sudan and Ethiopia, they have joined together, contribute a lot amount of money. They loot state fund Gambella's Khalil money, and then they bought a lot of guns. All right, they declared war on Nuer. Anyuak community declared war on Nuer community in Ethiopia. So, like I said, you can see on the screen, Matar Gagwan was the first place were attacked by Anyuak terrorist community. They have killed women in the church. All right, they did the same thing in Makot, Gambella City, Penyudu refugee camp is as Nuer refugee who live in Penyudu in Ethiopia. Anyuak went there, they killed a lot of people. Pulled down the major war last week. They declared war on Nuer. So what are they talking about? They're talking about peace. Peace for what? You are on offensive position. We are on defensive position. So we should be the one who talk about peace, not Anyuak. Because you declare war on us. We haven't declared war yet against the Anyuak. We believe we respect the law. We respect the constitution of Ethiopia. That's why Prime Minister, the ruling PM, Prime Minister Dr. Abiy, will look into this situation because we have lost a lot of people. Sorry, this internet charo gak ni tam chi do chun jo mi ka nying, and that's why the internet charo de disconnect. Sorry for that. Chal lun jok for sure. Back on more video a little bit. I'll make sure charo bit of fit. I will make sure all chun jo mi ra. So that's why donkey kanyan and that's to disappear a little bit. But let me play about 3 to 4 minutes. Make sure she share nyok. I know na mo tin.
Special for be the winner in the war. Gambella, don't need I'm a day quite a queer. Don't need I'm a day young no. How long need I'm a day quite a queer? Gambella, don't need a long year. Ramade young no. How long need I'm a day quite a queer? Gambella, don't need a long year. Conde Gambella, don't need I'm a day quite a queer. Don't need I'm a day young no. How long need I'm a day quite a queer? Gambella, don't need a long year. Ramade young no. Holung ne ramade kwai go kwer ka Gambella dong ne ye long je right kana kurti ne ka jakan nam ge jum me be ga kur tele ram de ro mata me be ga right tele ram de le kwat dang ma ci turu o far ka wangta awol oy dun pa ya ngel bum ge me se dem do ala men seng dang ba tiok wut wun mu bum ci le ma da melade tata captain war shikane jaka bum kur ne dunda sen na khane chon khane go ni wang ru kur kong ne no ko ka le dul chine dalla changa me chine gul ngeni te khane kal mu tu de ko de ne dul bu gur senda gar chine rutin war kan ching der chine go far tele manan me chine look mai da waga chakan to mai da chelen Gambella special call is a winner in the war like superstar konde Gambella dung ne ramde pai ko wer dung ne ramde yang no holung ne ramde pai ko wer ka Gambella dung ne ye lung ye ramde yang no holung ne ramde pai ko wer ka Gambella dung ne ye lung ye konde Gambella dung ne ramde pai ko wer dung ne ramde yang no holung ne ramde pai ko wer ka Gambella dung ne ye lung ye ramde yang no holung ne ramde pai ko wer ka Gambella dung ne ye lung ye kurne aku chiku ko kono kala doi bien to brene han kur Gambella special ko te pintiang sit ke luru kam shon mu dit sai man ko na ko bom to ko kon do kon ke sha ram gur kon brain belet majin ko chit ko ke na da je chit yang mu dor kor gum de ne ko lo fegedi ba yek diam no ko kur mu tak tak chit ke mu ne le ke no ko ne la chol gi hardwa the battle piel ti pian gi during the war merinda mut kor mu bum ushan no kwai ko kur la
I come back again. I'm talking about the Anyuak doing the show right now. Diro Umot talking about peace. I I am not here to to listen about the Anyuak person talking about peace. While in fact they are the one who attacked Nuer. In how many places they have attacked? Maybe 9 places in a Nuer area. And they attack the Nuer in the Fenyudu because they are Nuer, they are refugee. So they attack the Nuer refugee just because they are Nuer. Instead of protecting the refugee, they attack them, they kill a lot of them. From 1998 until today, those who live in refugee camp in Fenyudu in particular, they have lost more than 40 people. I mean, 400, not 40, 400 people in the end of Anyuak terrorist community. They killed them because because they are Nuer. They don't care. Refugee, a South Sudanese refugee, like Anyuak refugee who live in Gambella. We never talk about them because we knew that there's a war in South Sudan. Anyuak, they came to Ethiopia. They joined the Anyuak community member in Ethiopia, so that they stay there. And some of them also, they live in the UN camp in Gambella area. We never talk about Anyuak refugee in Ethiopia. So the Anyuak terrorist community attack Matargagwa, Itang, Makot, Gambella City, Finyudu, Kulowan, Puldam, and to mention few. And so today, Anyuak are making a lot of show talking about peace. Peace. Who declared war on Nuer in Gambella? Anyuak. You have declared war on Nuer. So why are you talking about peace? This is a joke of the day. We're going to listen to this nonsense. We can never listen to this. So what happened on the ground? So I don't think there will be peace in Gambella until there is justice, because we want to see the Anyuak leadership. Most of them, they must go to jail. Like we start from the governor, the finance minister, the security chief, plus others who have committed crime in Gambella, killing a lot of Nuer, so that they cannot talk about peace. Nuer are the ones that can talk about peace, not Anyuak, the criminal. So we need Umar to go to jail, to go to prison. The national security guy, the finance minister, because they have looted Gambella public fund, Gambella state fund. They use into Anyuak account, and they bought a lot of guns. Plus that South Sudan regime in Juba support them, giving Anyuak a lot of money and ammunition, a lot of gun. That's why they have a station in Poshala. And that's why they attack Puldam, Itang, all those I mentioned. We knew all this. So now what makes you to talk about peace? Okay, so I don't think there is peace between Nuer and Anyuak at this time. So justice must prevail. But that's why Nuer did not declare war on Anyuak, because we believe that there's law in Ethiopia. We want to know from Prime Minister. We want to see the position of Prime Minister, because some people must go to jail. And Anyuak community, you will pay the amount of money or cattle for the people you have killed in our community. And that's why we are not declaring war on Anyuak. We believe there's a law in Ethiopia. There's a law in Ethiopia. We want to hear from federal government, Prime Minister. The Anyuak community have killed a lot of us, a lot of Nuer for no reason. We want to know why. If there is a justice in Ethiopia, that's what we are waiting for. If there is no justice, and then there is a high chance that the Nuer community in Ethiopia will take law into their own hand. If the federal government will not intervene, if the justice is not working, and then there is a high chance that the Nuer community will take law into their own hand. Because we cannot talk about peace. What about where are our people you have to kill? Bring them to life. If you need peace, and meet your criminal activity, and then we will accept that. You need to come apologize. We are very sorry. We have killed a lot of you. This is our mistake. We will accept that. Not only that, you have to pay the price. You have to pay a lot of cattle, a lot of money for the people you have killed in those area. In Matagawang, Itang, Makot, Gambella, City, Pinyudo, Kulawan, Puldang, and to mention few. You have to pay the money for the loss. And then after that, we will talk about peace. So if there will be no justice in Ethiopia, the Nuer community in Gambella will take law into their own hand. And so we will deal Anyuak accordingly. So you knew it. That's why we never declare war. We believe there is a constitution in Ethiopia. There is a government. In Yitan, Mekelke was stationed there to protect Anyuak. In Iler, Mekelke was stationed there to protect Anyuak. In Abol area, Mekelke was stationed there to protect Anyuak. Most area, Mekelke were sent to Gambella in Anyuak area alone. This is the work of the governor, Umot, to protect only Anyuak. And then you can never see a Mekelke station in Nuer area. Nothing. Because we don't need their protection. We can defend ourselves. Umot, Wujulu have done this to protect Anyuak. While Mekelke protecting Anyuak at night, that's why they organize attacking Nuer. So we can never talk about peace if there is no justice. You have to admit your wrongdoing. You have to apologize to the Nuer community. Anyuak community, you must apologize to the Nuer community. And after that, we will wait. Where are we going to start? So we need some people to go to jail, start from governor. Those who are on the top, who make criminal activity, they must go to jail. And the Anyuak community must prepare to pay the price. Make a contribution, cattle, and money for the loss you have done on our community. So we can never talk about peace. Forget about it. Just forget it. If you guys suffering, your people got killed, it's because you come and declare war on Nuer. You attack us. What can we do? We are on offensive. You are on defensive, so we are on offensive. So anyway, and one day to I con yamishali Lucy, Kularun Wang da Widian, Kinera Yamazane Chobalet, Kajan Tam Cholet, Benetian Dian Benet, Dong but a Chang Lorca, Allo Bene with live show, Bagaben. Anga look malo, Gambella, Anga Corne dia look malo, Condia no mal, good. Liam still meaning Chagua. Anga two go banan never. We tini, Chapon attack the matar, Chalwako cha attack, Chamen chaka neck a bear. Eating chana attack neck a bear. Gambella see the chana attack, Caber Bishop, neck a bear. Pin you do, ka warm deed, you can be Gailer, Kamadia, Katorvieli, Tin let Ganagi Kilil, he can ganang, you can again the Nuer. Neck a bear. Kulawan refugee Nuer because of Sudan, Chickering a core to South Sudan Jabin, UN Macap can come in Ethiopia, Chaka station, Guaja station, then Kibergo 2. From 1998 until now, Chaka nagnate about 500. Naga bear cook Nueri. Pull down. Again, the last war, last week, Cormidi, Kiberben, Kaben Medi, the long night can be an the Alban massacre, and then to Kor Guridi, the good quid in a jack. And I kept one Kor again. Yen ber bangwang Michian ling you could be a ling of one could to toilet yen. Community Michel Anyuak community make it and meet. Criminal community tell a dwer Michian and meet community ni wan dia le taram la ne me to kon ga dwer Nuer community wan ne ki Ethiopia chi de yit ko ber kun wi de cha ga attack bini yen cha le ka mai yu klilu cha ka kwal ku tini yen ka tab leadership ka secure ka governor ka finance cha yu cha ka loot ne cha ko mai cha Nuer na ka ke medan me yit na ka Tigray me yit ka federal government cha yu tul ki steni ka klilu dia across the Ethiopia and then cha yu di jam nang Gambella ko yu rin wan kan nang ka kur Tigray hien ka lat ka Anyuak akan la Nuer dia tin ja yu kan tul iti yu nang ka kan ka nang cha go federal inang ka kur ku yin na ji Tigray e kai yu hien ko yu dia hien ko dul cha kam ye yu la na yu ngo ka everman and then yu dia lat ka Anyuak akan cha kok mai cha nang Nuer contribution Nuer cha Nuer na ka criminal activity. Being we today, it go to peace, Anyuang na ka kor ko siana ma kya ede fel ko na yana. Nuer ka na kor ka biet. Ne me chia ben kor kya yo wa gor ka ye makel kya kya stage no wal kya no ru be protect ngi yena bian ne ka ngi yena ben Nuer wa. Makel kya Nueri kya ka ngab dum to gul ko wa gor ka ye de pel dun de gul. Makel kya kya no ko be protect. Yen pula kan ngi yum. Kya ala ka bian ne kya ne wan na ka ne ku ngi yena makel kya ba ye ka Nueri. Ana de hawa makel kya bana ba nga. Maybe yen better tell makel kya ma he ba nga. Ban mi Nueri wa ko gor ka ye ko kya na ba attack. Makel kya Nueri nga. Men kula kan ke kan yan nak kya de wi tam che nak ne ku na ko ku ben yen kon ke ne yen ba ko kap ne yit ko ber mu ne kor kap balin wi mon ke lu ke che ba gwa ge ye bia ne di wan lose ke bia len bia ye lose che ba lu intin ke ne ne felen but gor ke je wo prime minister bename be wi ne Nuer janak ba ka mat kan dial plan review Nuer te ka penyu ba ka mat ken dial ba kam prime minister ne na ka ber a tang dial den let ka ber let ka ujul mo do julu makel kia mi cha no ga Gambella cha no ga Nueri kan no bara tel protect no go ne kran ne ga long ne gang bro makel kia no ngia ko ba ber gang let te ber ka plan ko ba ne nek and then yo mo wa go ra ke yo ba na ga makel kia Can churga Nuer let ber ke la Gambella let ke no they cannot even see this just go no ne e ba wo lada na ka Nueri ke ji Nuer lo dungu kan dia ko wo ga tam gor ga cha ka gor kan dia they have to go ka cha blon bang for sure am wa ya de jek tin ko ti ko ne che yu cha kam yu ber ko ge we ga year this time kan Nuer community lia kram met ka jur menak Nuer na kan ya ramai tele yen gor ya apel panang ne ye agenda justice ti ben kan Nuer the white army Nuer mi jel ka ne de ye ka Nuer ka cha jek na kan ye tele me gor ya ko agenda on way Nuer mi jel ka Nuer na kan ye whether ka ji jubutin na ka Nuer wa jek na kan ye ka ji Ethiopia ne met ka ber ke na ge ko tele Nuer mi te ka brain me de mat ka bar a terrorist a criminal tele talk me kana let tele Nuer me defend can defend dum dien mi criminal activity this time mi no ko na cha belin ne den na kana kara pelpin ba information na so mi cha nga jaran mi Nuer ka jelle ka ber nak ni ram jel ka ber nak ni ku ram jel criminal Nuer mi criminal mi jel Nuer mi jel ka ber criminal ko ber criminal Nuer mi jel ka ber jel ka terror therefore a terror tapal ne di wande ko chu waj mi di mi wande kan ten population te ko ne di wande 60 people 65 to let ka kilil la de nu let ka na ka kwanal na ka ber ci ber chablat ko ne ci makel ga kana shol ganga ne ber kwana na nak nguna ko rien ba mananga makel kya ngu cha makel kya ngu kan nang don Nuer mo ba Nuer bagang kun je ban ka Nuer ngu kya makel kya nang kama kwe ku pul dang ko ni dia la na kana tin be jaba men ber ngu kan ma kal ke ala tin yen Nuer le ber ke ma kal ke cholo ko run jale julu modu julu tel how de ber yen mal gor yen mal metedi ka yen to kor kane la ni medan wone wuni fa mi je ko tin mi che ba gwa ye yen cha na mi che bu yen tin bi ku yen wang nun ji wang nun ku le che chan ba yo la pel no wang de chan je lu che tek is dead, is no longer in use che tek flay ram kek de yar mi ma cha gor te ram pal ke wala dur kel kro ade ram kel ko tok dur me nan kana ben nak badil nak chapel kon bana akir ga ta bera jen be kan begen lengo tel ma pal ga tel bar pal ga on le bar ma tina ga wad mi bantuna ko jan ke no bantuna na ki de mo tu de na ko belat ke ki culture an je culture ba ma chigna yi da ber kon dial ka ma jak ka ude ka shot gur kan dial te ba wo tin ko ki kon ko ne ke cha ga de gur no lo ken kan ber an tie ko kon cha ga de gur yen culture no ri ci kon bam ne be dial be pek gur kon ber na kana ber ma jag ber char gur dial kan tin pur ke cha de gur ko je kir ke nori ko kina ka nye ken kuen alo tina ga bele gutu kan da motu je dana kalira nei kon kana le kurma ci kon bam ne na gur kon terrorist tin na kana ba gur ke kan be dial ku yen pot ba gad kun mi gur yen pot yen ban ku nori te jai bana gur kan ni criminally tin lat ko kor ko yen ber openo chai mo riek aber lul kan ber tianam ka ber siro ko ne ida to no ga Ethiopia ka ber siro ber akobo kan ber lul tin de jiro ka ber tianam ka to Sudan ber ka kane to no ga ber particular ber akobo kan ber lul ne ida jiro gok kan jor ko wi ko ken ko ka ne to no ri ke jor ko na chol jor ber lul kana to ko nuori kana ber chiro ala ber akobo keternam tintige kingdom ka South Sudan ber ke criminal ke terrorist chicken dori ni and meet only me ken me ke je kalo cha doren wang ja ga nek joy ke ajen gor ke terrorist chu peacemaker terrorist ku ko right today ke ni yang bai ku lo pot ko ngai ken chi nuor nak ko ngai ken nuor ben kan kor kap chara gang ke makel kia cha station kon dia tel gwa ga nuori cha kor gor nuor bo ba ya nak ka gad kan ne ala ka nuor kan kor wo kan declare me je wo declare tel me makel kia na on ngani na jeng ne ngwan tina de ga me ja jeng na yi to ke de ko go ke me wa je ka nuor wo na ka tel makel kia ma the ngwa da ba bi ro yen ba bran win live de but ken en chum go ma yet balat ke federal government nu ne ko ba ka chola ba but can attack more than 7 times ke 10 times continue cha palba mna te gamal some people must go to jail bi ke ne ko chol ke you kana go kien cha pel opi chol kon cha kana gamber ka ber besar just bang ko no ri chi ra le ka media may state ka may kan nong South Sudan to kon contribution ko ba yu nang ke tigray ko redan ti kan yu la ka Anyuak kan ka ko may chan na kon our contribution tel kon ga ti biti ti tin de la gambel just ko bin je jeb do so ga ga goten yang buin na me culture how do kon mal go ba tel mal nuer la re bana tel mal ka ber only if you can accept we are very sorry kine ku nak bang yes ne plan ku ne nuer na and then we can accept just accept bam we can ga show benakul take peace ne na ba ga yen ke bi na shol benakul ba ke peace chala ba tell con forgiveness ba tell forgiveness ber let ke ngai ken gwa bi utin ku ji kan ala ke bi nuar nek gwa ji kan ala ke bi kan tin bi kan dilutin otherwise be la cha men mana ngai ko community dan ramme met ka ber yar ne mai cha gor we don't need them kan nen ku nya ba kwai na do miti gram we kon a yes person mila we yet bana protest cha gor we don't need that person but that abi ba you kine gor the so called gam we don't like it a wrong system go bu no ram yem cha gor community go ne ram bine no community bine kam ji ke li ne go ne no more a strong statement direct to Dr. Abi bana mi rije kon mi je la ke Ethiopia je ne system cha go ko ne ko dia lan na yen ga kwanya chicken len na da ke na kana da jab ka to Sudan they are not even can security can provide tell let can create kwal ga you bene ne go ne kam ji ka ne go ne go ram pan ki ne ngai ki ne go ne te ne ka ne go ke li kan bo kwanya dia ka ne go ka ne nong ne ngok la ne ga tet min nak ko no go kon na to na represent kai kilil ameni makilbes kadis tell mal magur ko na ka ba only if there is something me can admit bar aladre me can no la rin job tell mal ka ba ci ko lu ka ba de kan de jek la de kan pel ke pel kan the criminal ngai ko na ka long time I don't even know me ngai kan on ne ngai ko na ka criminal kan the criminal they are criminal they are terrorists de ngai kon ga ngai ga ne dia they are criminal they are terrorists de ngai kon ga terrorists de ngai kon ga ngai ga ne dia magam malak mo mete garam we kon be sure ben ni al ki chang ja kwan yok ko ne Dr. Abi chine yo gor you don't need it chine ja gor je doi yo ne ja gor kon new pace garam ngai kon amla na da ko gor kon ram bina le de ke tele shari no electricity ko kan piu nueri ka nueri area ka wat na ne na de kon ne yen ma ke lingo na parliament what am I your mean ka parliament mi lady ka parliament ka state lady ko ji law maker ka queen ne dia ki queen ko bila di ye go lu ga what about the rest ne you want will about secure ne dia la ngabe provide man na garo di en ki dun kwan mu sha let credible na let ka far time Dr. Abi mi la duer by you family ne mai ki ne mai cha la lady ka queen law de ka constitution mi cha let we da state motor we kwala cham buin begene an bene gwa ma chuje tin be ban Gambella ko we tele la tuda mo trade ke yelo ma keri how did not trade in musha state of Gambella dia mo ge rule kede par ka amara kilil Gambella kilil kede far ka oromia ke oromia kilil kede far ka Tigray kilil kede far ka Afar kilil kede far ka Somalia kilil ko gen the last kilil again the last kilil kangani le ka parliament lo ma kere le din ngu ku ngani ja on ne al kin youth thing ke yen lo ma kere ku ngani cha de toy de bi ni gwa dem toy du kuna le lu chwal ta yo kin di bina will take di why the lawmaker market ke le gwa je cha le ka makir be ka Gambella ba chwal ba ko yo ne cha la ko lo ba ta nya governor cho cha lo pot ni wicha sugar cha anything ba lel ba ko ka yun mi wi mo ai je ku to yu wan wi ga yel ka ba su ba ga on what state take on what ke Ethiopia constitution ke any state take on what kan buin de ngwa kwa ne ku le ma kirbe kwa la ko ka yu e je wanya lo ka je ne lo ma ke ne kon ti take ba nga ti take den ga thì cái này gắng nào thích, em don't let cái mà khi bây giờ mẹ để look về ngoài để nó, cô đây là cô này cái gì vậy, để portrait đây là de na protest yan ga de ngang ba lo until cha ling a prime minister ba na ga dis ngak la ni ga te en cha wo la de bo cha ko gwa kwa cha ko rier ha kon tel ko ne le ga kilil jen na ka nuer mu bar bi wi ga social media gor ina ne jina lu ki no ga ne liya ki de wi no ko na ka no kon nyur ga ben ken ne di plan ko ban nuer na ka ne di gan ko na gambel mu kwa compare kwa wi ke ne ja na kam nuer ga bar ga ngwane ne kon di kan ga ne te ne kon na ga ke ne kon ka kor ko chi ga ben ken kon kap ko kon yu ga bar ben bar be kon ben na kor bi ru bar ci kor dial tene ber besap wi dial tini kana te ben ne ken kon ko ber at this time akan nen ken ga wang den akan len ken wang den ka ji len jit ken ko ji kon chen ga gwa ber bana yu ta te ke yen bo loy den ko I'm a terrorist chu tam with ko to I ko right ibana te kamal ala re jen jiram la te ke business yang chu man la ban te kamal a ber chare begin to admit and then kon do ke diga ne kon chu ba ga moy ke final lu mu yara na nek ke chang yi di ni je ke bit chawo de le ba yi kon ti ne na nek lu karan bare karan yes man ngamel mi chala ra peral ga mene na ko ja ken ko yen ra ran do luwa ka ne de ke terrorist gar chi ne de tele ne chi ne de gor ke ko jen and Dr. Abi ku peral ga men de fail makel kian dan ja nung ka ngade ka gambela ja nung ku ber ke ne ya ko yo go ba chi ko be ke ku ke ji gambela dia be ke ku ber ko kan ber protect ko cha ko yo ko ba nge yen ga yo ram to lo chẳng đứa con yêu thì ngoan con đưa right now đây con cái đứa con video đi chứ cái là nó government chứ cái government cái criminal cái terrorist cái bờ how did me jiran pero la bi cái mà cái kia how did pretend quick mu ci ber jugo ci mu yen kor ka ba yegi yen ber cái là kudien yen ber cái cái di mà cái thằng kudien yen ber cái panyi do kudien cái ber attack jima kel ki aton jo na to bi ci ka jik ma kel ki ka ber ka buñ de ber ci ne ga gor ba awoy we don't need them go ne de ne bi shon ke neutral ku ka ber ka paral government bi ga le ka queen en dia jima kel ki ate je ben ka gambela kilil that ka queen ber so therefore till ne interest ka kon wari bak la de ka jo mu jaran wi let ma ko yitok la telekon mal ka ber ra na me gur mal ka ber ya ne ma ya me jen the was ke ne ko yo a ber la re ko tok dien go ne mal ka nori ne ko ne anak bang ber cha ka pel be ken go chul me ken chul ju da bi ba yi ko me ken ne go chul ba yi ko ke ko yi ken attack number 1 number 2 we don je ken attack tin ba kam je me ken ne go chul la bane yi ke ma kel ga woro ku man ne ken ne ke lo ba ka ko ke ku yin ju ba yo kan pa Dr. Abi you fail to bring security to Gambella you fail la ran pel de you fail na ka ne ji to Sudan te mi la ten kel ti bane ne ji ma kel ki aten je bane Gambella la ke interest of Anyuak therefore na ka ne ku te mi ken le Anyuak na ji ne ku dien te mi ke kan Anyuak kan ki kan ngak ngak la ne ke wi mon mi ji right ba wo dong the problem ban mi right balin con major lên con bé bằng ngoan muốn điều con thứ của này tốt mi gur con này cha con nhau còn nè cả bè gem malat mà ram to lon ngay ke ai chào gor mu lui mu wan ba dak ba yo ne ye kine ye kin yo na trabi ne yo gor bene yi to ro mi ne kine yo gor ba ka ne wa nong ne ba ka kam ji bu ko la ne de na protect ba let ko wi community chi ne ba let ko wi dien ko wi ken da abi ko jara ma kwain ke ko ne dia la kwain da abi then gur ken men jala da abi ko shi bu gwai ki je ba yi de loy gur ko ne de bu right ke men gur kon ba ma sai gur nang ne ko ki kon ke employ let ke kuidan chi let kuidia let ke ko bi ken kon nung piu bi ken kon secure bi ke chara lat bi du rol bi ken lat ayen job of ne let ke kilil te job ne dia chang na mana kana je bela je bod ngo ke je doran je destroy kani ke ne let ke kilil ke ngule Gambella special po na mucha station go ne kama kwe ne ko na kwai ayen gwa juku ma jigana si ji ka sidi kan nan long bi jal gren jal kan tol bi leken bi pin bi kan secure ka border kula te ga na wi kwana nan to mi ki wi mal wo ko bala gori ji wi bina ko na yi ga jaba ko wada na ka kan fe mi ga government ka ngan le ke le ne ite ne don Ethiopia ke chit kan so Sudan te ga government tel na mo roi ko ne de dol ke buin ne te di ke yin Nuer kilila dung dun ci dung buin ben kan island ada ko bi kan yu kun benang ber ya wiya yin wana nak la ya to yen ko bi an wana nak so me ngi je bi ko bi tok bi yitran den chu wiya mu liya diski yen ku yen criminal tel ya democracy ne de tel what Kia fit to lead. Kia Gambella de lead. You guy, you are not fit to lead. That's why leadership don't need young a terrorist activity. From Agua to until now. You bar we come. Be a nang Nueri. Could be a nakbo. Anun the we come yen government with we better yen bala letter. Can let we yen law the state kui a yen law can a yen law good. Yen use ma guri yen na kin constitution Ethiopia yen palo. That's why kon bin nei chane attack yen. Gu ne ngai ne wi te ko bu ko bere ba chuona ba nyo. Kine pe ko chuongo ro jala yen chuong che yen go no. Che yen go go. Justice must prevail. Nei de na kanai ngai ke shoot ken finance minister ka governor ka security kane go ken kane na kanai. They have to go to jail. Because ne ko chul kan ber ko ne kan chul min ta nak ki kan ho tu they have to pay kan nak kele mo cha pel mu pa la de dia ba yo well you know what di ne going ban bene ye kon nuore kon ne ke justice ne ke democracy kine ran affair ka kine pe ku stay away ne wona ka ber ko mi ci lu ko kan e chul and then bene ne ko chul ka ke di sign ko bene Allah ka Gambella kine me kal kayne gol Gambella ko jen ajen language gor ber tel dia me gor bar wan kai ke ko terrorist cha kam power mi to be do julia ka te ko bomb ya ne bomb big bomb you misuse and then the bomb you misuse tell me dia me gor ka mu ben la gor ko tam ba ko ne parol government ko cha ine ne te ke me te gam na ne ba kwan ne cha ka gor ko men de ngai bi ko ben ba kwan ne di ye ti to lo ti du to pon ba an mu wa na kwan ga wun me te ram mi nyon me ja kwan mi wi ko na boy you ko ni parol government ben yi ro mi chi ko we don't need them ne ki ne ko gor otherwise bani ye ka ba kana wi mo le na ga yon nyer ko ne to lo cha ko gor kon bani ne ko dong ne ba kam ji ne ko di kwan ne ko gor ko ne ko gor ne se le ki new they are not new to us we knew them they've been there long time they never done anything Tell mal kabar we don't need no peace ka Anyuak tell bullet peace la we table ga jen peace gor ken ko you can choose the lia over ma take leadership cha kam ko wodin ko ra lan plan go na ka nuari chi go you history kan kwal plan you te kwa contribute ko ba nang ko tigrai ku ne cha na ja you go reason dia you come in the qua you qua he can you turn to Anyuak interest you budget can qual larger 13 to 30 million bir ichaka miss corpus kapa they can miss kidi kan you di jel you chi jel chala ka ben nga wo kamera bat ke di how do you bat you can lat ka ngada ka Anyuak interest Anyuak akan you can make okay ka mấy cái Sudan kan na kan waton Anyuak da kan ke plan dia kan Nuer dia bane yu ko kor sa yu mo ke yu ka mai ji to Sudan ko ten lo kon regime to Sudan lo Nuer mi ja Anyuak ra no che mo ke yu ku bane Nuer dia bane yu ke to Sudan ko ba kan na ka ba ngang mi ut ajen tu wi bat la kan cha de mi cha jan ter cha man pelak Gambella Ethiopia mo man Nuer ten de ka ko lo yu ko kor ka ba so con la ber ti con bele ti con ber Nueri ti con ko be con ka ber ka be con ka dien kan ka be con ka chai ne con Nueri ka kar con but na yi wi Nueri ga chi min tum la new yi na bele yi do ko wade kuran me che be yon tom ting me chi right good che ben do kur ko na yi na ran ne ro Nuer ngi ko na yi me na ro tu tum la new kur ne cher chak la me chak kon ja kur chak kana mal at the same time bete ko gwa mal ka bete ko gwa ku ber men de widien ne ken ji kan kon me joy ban be ken kon tu ko jene ji kan la widien be ken kon ne ko long ne ken official kon long te de official kon ken ne kon ge ne me bane yo woy bana mu kon te ga pis ga ber bi ne kon chol bana tan ka do tu mu we tuo biang bene yizi ram ken mu yena nag yen ba ngay yen dia tele forgiveness tele mu jalo forgive kel mu yen bial widun en Nuer mu wa nag yade ko ngom bare ga mai chane ga mai cha leldi cha wo de clear Nuer ko to di mu yen nag ga ka pinyu do mu yen nag nan nag yen ko Nuer ku kere fiji tam there is no way mni yere fiji nak tel mel jal ga jali ngi no ko Nuer nan chane cha wo de clear on us ken mal gur kon ber cha mal bang bana te mal bana te mal bana nyu bana bai not now ko gwa be bani chankel to the mal ke terrorist community only if you can admit we are very sorry cha no na bang yet ya ne ko chul we deal cha tek cha ni wan nek ya ga dil chul ko me da mi ja ban nek la ka ba purok dia and then at this time ko tele ka you ba ga yen te ka men gani anything mu cha jek ba chul na ka ba ga yen tele mal ke terrorist don't waste time ke terrorist nei te ke terrorist ne na perga so ba commercial lam go bani yob ba commercial so en man ladda who right ke ti ga mali ko te ne no a zero mod from China ya ka show manan ate ngor ka show telemal how they yen malari na ma yen to ko don jana ja wo delay on us for how many times 7 places teen attack and then why are you talking about peace today we don't need no peace from you my friend no peace until maybe next year or maybe 3 more years or 5 jana to tin ko they do it. But you are lucky because we haven't declared war yet on you. Now you are lucky. Tell them all kabar. Amu ba malola. Tell them all. Bana je fin mon kamal. Tell go to ko chicken go to mal. Cha kon to do ni cham kon go kamal. La kon cha both kamal criminally terrorist ka both na kamal. Jana bien. Ko ju kon ko kap. Ju ka te ngong ga ngong. Chana biet ke biedana beneken ku chikan ben ko ki kon ko ka ben ne cha be uye ne tu de ka ben ne ko ku je ne rawan ke how do you want to clear Canadian one in Nigeria land mai landun majeni ke landa la ni ente walte to ga ko be ka we dia le na tari a long time that is like 200 years ago. What are you talking about? Dunga lo jo ka jo ne di lute ma gelen ya ker ganin we mon do na ro dia. Are you talking about the American white American? They have to leave. They have to go to Europe. Canadian white, they have to go to Europe. And the white people in South America, they go to Europe. That's what you're talking about. This is impossible. You're not going backward. We are going forward. If you are claiming the land that have been taken by the Nuer in the last 200 years or 150 years, that is impossible to talk about. Talk about today. We're not talking about the land issue. We're talking about why are you killing us? Gambella is Nuer land and Anyuak land. All those who live in the Gambella, this is their land. Islanders, their land. The government land, Ethiopia land. Everybody land. Okay? What are you talking about, my friend? What are you talking about, my friend? All right? So, no peace with the terrorists until if they admit that we have done the wrong thing to the North community, we are very sorry, and then we are responsible. And then we have to look into this. All right? But they need to pay something because those who have lost their life because of Anyuak, you have to face something before we talk about peace. So, and malade and Tiani, who they take a show on Sister Lucy, but can I make and malade lad bear coca you want to go look big at mineral and can you look? I'm hate. Okay, I dislike your attitude. Your culture wrong. You have to adjust. You can't kill young one. Over 200 years, over 300 years, a long time, maybe over 700 years. Go back content, book on the Queen, Egypt, Jel con kill now. Okay, Shaban Kai Queen and I take a Gambella, but book on kill, look on yogi, look on yogi, look in yogi, look in your to walk or go to tell you. All right. Nay đi về cái làn chứ gặp cái làn cầm bèo đàn đàn bên đàn dừng nó chảy này cái nhầm vui dằn cái này thịt nhầm cái bèo bèo. All right. Mà dằn cái này thịt tin nó cái bèo bèo. Mấy con dọc kia bèo đàn cái liều đó vui dằn này. Thế nó vui dằn thì photo nó trở lại nhiều, thế nó vui dằn thì ít số nó ngay vậy này nhiều quá. Chua cảnh với cái social media. So, laboratory specific area. So, right case past event they took 150 years ago. I'll go in the long time. Right, the current issue. Kokon kel Gambella sidan kon dial kel biya benuna tere doran kel kiago benti doran kel tam nuran lok bi in ber bentin chai di buin edian bet tekun to go yenten. Tam nagi. Teram long ne. So balaya ku malugian human being di jet kay that's your own problem ko sometimes yella ben pin ko lugian nuari lugian na dog yan rodun purely Anyuak till a mix with the Nuer or Chai or Dinka only purely Anyuak. And that's why look at your number, your population. You need to change. This is the 21st century. You need to adjust. You need to marry to Nuer. You need to assimilate Nuer to be Anyuak. Those who are in Ponyudu. How long they been there? They could be in Anyuak right now. You have good attitude, good culture. You could have already assimilated them to be in Anyuak. So instead of killing them, you should make adjust and be friendly, and then they become Nuer. They become Anyuak, Nuer Anyuak. This is how you get the population. That's why we have a good population, because we assimilate a lot of people, not because forcefully assimilation. This is our culture. We welcome everybody. You can be a leader, even though from Anyuak blood. We don't care. As long as you defend Nuer interests, then you become a king, but we don't have anyway. We don't have a king. You become a warrior. You become a leader in the community because of our culture is very diverse. So we welcome every culture. We welcome everyone to our community, and that's why we are gaining a lot of population because we treat everyone. Okay, you have to adapt this culture. We live side by side for how many years? A long time, and you haven't changed anything. You don't adapt anything from us. We move close to Anyuak, you guys move. We move close to you, you move next year. We follow you, you move. That's why we leave the land. That's why you leave the land. Even next 20 years in Gambella, maybe less. There will be no Anyuak because you will be moving. You will go to Jor, you will go to Pinyudu, you will go to Tiernam or Pochala. I think we will go there because it's a part of South Sudan, and we will go to Jor or Gok because a part of Ethiopia, there is a Nuer in Ethiopia. We have to go there. All right? This is Ethiopia land. We have to go there. Myself, I am planning to move to Gok. Okay? I have my friend Obang Okello from Gok. We talk about sometimes. He laughed at me. He believed that I'm joking. I'm not joking. I can move to Gok or Jor or Tiernam area or somewhere the Anyuak land. Why not? So en malada nu kon kwa tan kon ber tamaro ber ga social media they not take a piece. Oh my god. Adira Umod from Tiernam, from Pochala. Last year he went to Gambella with a mission to provide military equipment, a lot of money to defeat Nuer, to chase Nuer away from Gambella. That is the Anyuak plan. Now their plan seems to be failing, and that's why now they admit that our people are dying. You create your own problem and then you blame it on who? Come on, my friend. So this is your own problem. Like I said, we haven't declared war yet against the Anyuak. So you have attacked Gagwang, Matal Gagwang, you have attacked Itang, you have attacked Makot, you have attacked Gambella City, you have attacked Nuer refugee in Pinyudu, you have attacked Kulawan, you have attacked Fuldang, and to mention peoples. We haven't attacked an Anyuak area yet. We haven't declared war on Anyuak. We are not even planning to declare war against Anyuak. So what we are planning is we want to see from Dr. Abiy. People have been killed by Anyuak. We don't know why. In Puldang, in Itang, in Matar, in Makot, in Gambella City, in Pinyudu, the Nuer South Sudanese were attacked by Anyuak because they are Nuer. 2 in Kulawan, in Pinyudu. We want to hear from Dr. Abiy because justice must prevail. It's something like, not something like 20 years ago, like we fight and we forget. No, there is a rule of law in Ethiopia. A country with the law, so that we have to go to the court. We have a lot of evidence. We're going to talk to the judge or lawyer. Anyuak community have done this. The former governor is the one who's planning all these things. So that we want to hear from the court. And this is the next step for the Nuer community. So my Anyuak community is stop your terrorist activity. You need to adjust. This is too late for you. This is the 21st century. We are moving forward, not backward. So next 5 years or less, you will see Pochala, Gok, Jor, Dima, Akobo. A lot of Nuer will move there because of part of Ethiopia, there is Nuer in Ethiopia, they will move there. And that side of South Sudan, there's a lot of Nuer, majority Nuer in South Sudan, they will move to Pochala. This is a city of South Sudan. And you can never say that we don't need Nuer in Pochala. it will be impossible. The same thing to Nuer. If you guys decide to move to Nasser, to come to Akobo, to go to Bentiu, to go to Fangak, you are welcome because you are South Sudanese. This is how this world works right now. If you're still in your own world, Anyuak world, it is too late. You need to adjust. If you can't fight Nuer, if you can't fight us, why declaring war on Nuer? If you know that, and you knew it, you can never defeat Nuer. You cannot declare war on Nuer. You have to be a community that looking for peace. We need peace. By the way, we are not the one who declare war. We are not the one who do criminal activity against the Anyuak. We don't kill people indirectly. We go in broad daylight. If we want to go to fight, we're going to declare. We have to tell you we are coming. This is how we fight war. We can never attack people indirectly. We go, we let you know that we are coming. This is how we fight the war. This is in our blood. This is in our DNA. We fight a just war, not just injustice war. We fight when we believe that we are right. This is the right time to fight the war. So now we haven't declared war against the Anyuak. And now you're crying, we need peace. What are you crying for? Who declared war? You declared war on us. And why are you crying? So anyway, Chiran Chitika guess Beben and Deloitte. All right, Simon got wake one. Male.
Comrade guys.
Welcome back. Thank you, Coach Ben. Taloi Madi Long and Tiani. Right con, I think the government and the topic done right con. Gambella current status. Offensive Anyuak versus defensive Nuer. Why the offensive community talk about peace?
I would say that it is something that is unbelievable. You can't be talking about peace when in fact you start war. And when the other side actually want to defend themselves and they became very aggressive. This community of Anyuak would be termed as a terrorist community, like you always said. And I agree with your term because when you look at the way they've been living side by side with Nuer community in Gambella, we don't believe that these are the people that could declare war against Nuer community. These are our cousins, and we believe that they could even embrace peace. They could even actually treat us as brother and sister, but now it become opposite. And then we would say that this is not the first time they've been so aggressive toward Nuer community. We have endured so much from them, and we always, even though they violate or they kill us, we have never react negatively. We always allow peace to take place. But now it is time for Nuer community to say enough is enough, and we need to tell to our brother and sister that this kind of behavior cannot be tolerated anymore. We cannot allow that to happen. You know, even if members of Nuer community goes to Anyuak community and kill their women and children, would they react? And I think they would react the same way we are reacting. And I don't think anybody could even blame us why we are reacting so negatively toward them. this message need to be clear. It need to be loud and clear to them that this time around, Nuer community will not tolerate any such kind of behavior. We will go as much as they want it. If Nuer community need their brother and sister from Anyuak to listen this very clear, they need to do as much as they can. We don't need peace at this time. Let us continue until they understood well that the reason they have been killing Nuer community is something that need to be addressed. And you know the word they always use, refugee. You come from refugee. Nuer community has been as a refugee in Gambella. That kind of word need to be addressed. And we've been always talking about it all the time in every show. And all our message has been very clear. We said nobody has the right to go and kill any members of Anyuak community. As much as the same way, there's no Anyuak community have no right to come to kill Nuer community or any members of Nuer community. But it seems that when we say we need to live in peace, they thought we cannot respond, and they think we are coward. But this message need to be very clear, and I will switch now into Nuer language. But I need this our brother to be well and clear that we don't need peace this time. Let us continue until you understand that we in our community, we don't tolerate that kind of behavior anymore. We are not. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Just wait. We are not refugee in that land. We are the members of the Ethiopian community, and therefore you don't have right to say we are refugee as much as we don't have right to say you are refugee. Let need to embrace, to allow peace to be within Gambella, so that we can prosper, we can develop Gambella, we can live in peace side by side. The only thing that we can focus at this time in this 21st century is peace and development, rather than just talking about, you are Nuer, you are from there. As long as we are from Gambella, we share that territory, we are the members of that state, we should be live in peace and allow all of us, to prosper. And
Very good. Yeah, thank you.
Comrade guy, we don't need over call educate right now la con.
Yeah.
I think la con right nisham ka kwire ko na da mana kon ne ber she ko kon talk me she ajan and go kon da kon chang kon Nuer community. I will always say this here man kon very peaceful community, and I think mission community ko kien mission ga tadan kachang near East Africa more on Kina roles in especially South Sudan and the border between South Sudan and Ethiopia. Kala na ida role ko chi kon along no bankaran telecon hatred bo, and I think hatred don't qualify 5 and 12 this time may war me that have been imposed on other naturally Dinka community. Telecon hatred go there con tribes who can there con the only thing in Chen can be defend yes, when it comes to aggressiveness, Michiran con depth. Lakon you are take money land. Okay?
Yeah.
Lakon you are not money land. And no more a meter we mongelu. Michira real bogo and teeth in body dear wo kurara din. Dear wo dear wishing karadin kill. But Nuer man which wishing karadin kill. Ben society no more be change ke le ba Nuer. I think they don't ajana low con. Maybe. Don't low con.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Tell me can Nuer ke ne chole Anyuak de ka raja wala ne we need peace at this time. Peace there will benefit. Take la peace no. Peace bigger ben can recognize the Nuer community ke part and parcel of Ethiopia. They need to say it well and clear. Because a lot can pay for it. A good can piece here. They need to recognize that. Secondly, they need to recognize when she can offend Saga Nagbang. Thirdly, they need to bring Native Nakanura Bang Bakanung, Babananga Court of Justice. Fourth, by compensation when they are Nagbang, Bakachul. This is where we will allow permanent peace, keep peace to prevail. Without this, the peace, the ability, we don't know. Con appel take on a peace, but Lara Waria Laka, Koba Con Moya Tam, Koba Roria Laka, Koba Con Ulbanam. That piece of nonsense like we don't need it. Okay? We have endured so much, Nichang. Jogo Kegar Yenula Nagana Bang Nichang, chicken a link. Erroneous can gun worm and never Gambella. Erroneous. For so many years. Agent on originally in a shop. Win more me, Diroku, Lasko corner, Carado, Kajal, win more.
Yeah, we want Jale. Everywhere.
We want Jale.
Jale.
Diroku, Lava corner, a mechanic in a Western world, way done. She could the Alco of Nady Alvijal, we won.
Machiga Ben, who can no can go in Gordian.
Yeah. And again, I'm going to Nuer community catch fell. Konya fell and then take a piece. Okay? La Kona fell a piece, Jala Kona Ram. You can see so many ways in corner Ramaga. Go la run above but got your corn, but corner Bango, Baraban Gignare dan, but by peace Minyal Bellel. Yo, by corner Ram with you one way or another. We don't need that. Con Gambella way done. Ramojo Abuwa Rajin and a Bara territory bear Jackerin. Can Gambella and that area sub and that area more and torn and Changa Dundian. Chale la capital city. Con quick or low. And Mechancon with Juba Merchanat in a capital city. Take a native till a landowner, traditional owner to thin one. But Chale la nation capital city. Nobody has a right. Even I joke and I finish I go to Yamela Langaja Equatorial Lacan war, you central Equatorial Lacan war and a Henchine and I go to Island Ban Eke. Nian Jangal like Lano, my Jaka Mojish. Okay, Lune Metal. I want to the right to say what an alien. Hey, if the idea be outward, okay, the capital city I was capital city. Okay. So I went for so long, me and Young don't call like land one my chicken. I went for so long, they led through the legal system which I led with. But tell it, like you and I, like a reject no more. Okay, which you could look, my madam make one liberated and if it had any Belarish not to think, Kachala, the nation capital. I could move to other places. Maybe Logone. Huh? So, Anyuak have no right to say that this town of Gambella is belong to them. Yes, traditionally it could be belong to them, but Charlie allow state capital where every Gambella members, Ramila got Gambella, take a right to stay to let Guamo. As long as you acquire your land through legal process, then I let them up. Nobody has the right to come and say, no, you not belong to this place. That's nonsense.
Yeah,
we have rejected that piece here, and I don't care reject. I cannot tell no.
No, and I take a time or cook con war the Gillian.
Yeah.
Mendega Benkanya big good and mal can come now quote on a continuum one more than 9 times. And then how you know? I can go on. Give me good could I be a pure fair go maybe joy. And then can you know on the good?
Yeah.
I can tell a mal caber, tell a mal can and I'm a good mal caber by Jigam, you can Jagaber by Jewish by Janine and we don't worry on. Otherwise, this time
con Chana be heavy cherry con hienati buikoro issue con owner of that land Kagambel. Now again, and that weakness of our behavior more, okay, our personality, and we just koro it can bear to thought. Kwaga tudi can take a right ka Gambel. It must be made very clear on and can and leadership in Taka Gambel. Chebu will permanently chebu look native to minority. But baga treat with respect. Bar idea ba gwit. Can gadi Gambelan me chicken will have very hard one and a pig and berry. Bang of a picture of me in your pot maquela. Go to me over go a pigeon. Yes, Kayan citizen. Right?
Welcome.
Hi.
But then go more and leadership more. Tell me the minority to the majority there, right? Okay. Yes, minority they get make a peaceful community. Go on over with la regional parties. Me take around here, me take a party, can take a majority kill, catch on the party. There is no problem there even. But make it very aggressive in that way. They got you know, hell with you. Bala cover dude.
Amalu cover good.
Welcome.
Yes. So again, I'm going no more. Again, that is my again my input and go you day lot. Be come tool bell ben bana you walk a town bana la monga ya.
Galong to welcome again topic in and young Nick media don't get and here but don't get a like Gamal Kurma Jaglia. Sometimes Majaling when I get zero more take a Canada go take Alberta take Calgary Alberta Canada. So Gamela I know you recommend sometime and the Canadian lucky plan Cuba Norena so you Gambella Tar Pai okay Pai Dio. Raja ke chu wale ko you can go you jet queen and go in output you can put on bear can go cup chu put your care ke lo you can Gambella now real okay ka tu do don le pot and then you adiro umot ke right it ko me jega de na te gamal sometimes tell you to long comment ke man la de ke chu de you be do na la ga ga and then kon combine to kon observe and you take offensive kon get defensive position. And Anyuak take offensive position good gan mal. Kon de mal go to kon offensive. That a mark no kon. Huh? So any welcome. Bana get a week why they bear ben go and go to Malaki get go luna lia tuina. Can talk over nan loot on it. Can go create and go back hot talk let the can. Then right now let them go na in and I shoot. Quiddian. And welcome to.
I say near come look at which near you for Gaibo. Okay, what the other go. Yen and mal she one for the one with like we said, we can mix English and Songnas together. Because most of them I know they come to your show a lot. So let's say Anyuak said we want peace. Okay, nothing wrong with that. But what kind of peace is that? Okay, is it a peace to plan more to attack Nuer community later, much bigger, or hurt us much bigger later, or it is a real peace? Okay, can be a real peace. Can they will have their own peace agenda? Okay, because you cannot just say peace. You have to have an agenda on a paper. What kind of peace is that? And then they will present their peace label to us, and then we will see what kind of peace is it. Because we need a peace that denounce the word refugee guy. Okay? If you are Anyuak and you want to make peace with Nuer, you have to denounce the word refugee. Because if you call another fellow citizen refugees, and then that word will never end, right? Yeah. Because if you decide to name people like that, you call them refugee, you call them homeless, you call them any name in the book, you will never make a peace with that person. Okay? And again, we need equity planning or equity development in Gambella region as a whole. Okay? You don't have to tell all the citizens you have to live here and you don't have to live over here. We don't need that too.
The same
okay?
Same mistake.
So the real peace we want We need a real peace. We don't just say people we need peace. Because when Anyuak said they want peace, that means Anyuak they want to plan much better for another war. That's how we know Anyuak. Okay? Yes, peace is good and everybody like peace. That's why we always said, Anyuak, you guys, you are very, very tiny tribe. You can never take it on us and you will never win. Because if you just say, let them go to Bantu, do they know what they're talking about? When New Land itself, when New Land population itself can defeat all Anyuak, how come you tell those people go back to Bantu? Or maybe indirectly, let's say Anyuak decide to resolve our differences on a battlefield. I'm very sure we are the Nuer should say Anyuak will go back to Uganda. Because they came from Uganda, we came from Bantu, and then we met here, right?
That's nice.
If we decide to resolve our differences on the battlefield, I'm very sure Anyuak are the one to go back to Uganda, not us. That's a fact. Okay. I know everything start with war and everything end up with peace. That is true. But this time, guys, we need Nuer people and Anyuak people to live together in order to end up this useless killing. That's why last time we said Nuer and Anyuak should live together between Sarpam and Gambella. Nuer and Anyuak also should build their houses between airport and Gambella. Nuer and Anyuak together also should build their houses and live together between Bonga and Gambella. That's the only way we can live in peace. Because there's no way you can just open your door and just go and turn around and kill these people and your neighbor. You cannot do that because you know them, they are your neighbor. Okay? Anyuak people, I know they will suffer a lot this year and next year. They will suffer a lot because the peace you are hearing right now is not a peace. Anyuak think they are smarter than Nuer. So what they started last time, they knew they were not ready. So now they came up with another plan. They came up with a disarmament. They donate that idea to Umar. And I'm telling you, the commander of this war is Umar.
Yep.
The commander of this current war is Umar Wujula, the current president of Gambella region. And I'm very sure the people who are working in Gambella, the people who are working in central government of Ethiopia, they know very well the commander of this current war is Umar. According to current evidence that were collected recently. Because if the report came to you as the president of Gambella region, that people of Iler, Gambella, Itang, Abuba are now preparing themselves to go and attack people in Pulden. And you don't want to stop that. That means you are a commander of these people, right? Okay, you tell people to go and attack. And how come at the same time you can tell people to stop the war? You cannot do it like that. Okay? So Umar is the current general of this war.
He's a commander in
That's
chief.
the fact.
Yeah. That's true.
Yes. I know everything starts with war and everything ends up with peace. Anyuak will start it like that, but Anyuak eventually will come back to the table too. But when they come back to the table, and we know Anyuak mean it, yes, we need Anyuak to denounce this word refugee. We don't want this word gone. Even we know we don't want to call Anyuak name. We know most of the Anyuak, they came from Akoba. Okay? They came from Fishala. Today they became citizen of Gambella and they became resident of Eton. We never call them refugee. Okay? Because that's how...
Dude, look at this. depend on the topic. So they are offensive and we are defensive. And then what do you think Anyuak are facing on the ground? And we haven't declared war on Anyuak. So why are they crying? What happened? Why? And they are the one who planned the war. They have attacked us in this in those areas. Let me highlight those areas. So they have attacked us in Matar Gagwang, Itang, Makot, Gambella City, Pinyudu, Kula 1. Those Pinyudu and Kula are the Nuer refugees from South Sudan. They have attacked those two areas. And the last attack is in Puldan. That's why they have lost a lot of life there. Anyuak were badly defeated. So what do you think Anyuak are calling for peace last 3 days ago? And last week or so, they are preparing for massacre in Gambella. Even now, they are planning a big massacre in Gambella. So, what do you think? Why Anyuak are calling for peace?
In my opinion, guys, Anyuak are not calling for peace. Anyuak are using their tactic. And at the same time, as we know, as I know, as you know, Anyuak are terrorists. Terrorists never launch war in the daylight. Okay? Terrorists, they just like to hit and run, like they did in Matar when they killed 9 women in the church. Okay? At the same time, also, Anyuak right now, they know their plan is not working, but they need to come up with another plan. And what Anyuak is planning, Anyuak are planning for genocide.
Yeah.
The genocide Anyuak are planning for it right now. Anyuak want to kill Nuer people in good number. But when they kill them in good number, they are looking for certain places. Anyuak right now, if you look at them, they want to kill Nuer places. They want to kill Nuer people in a place like a church. That's how terrorist people carry out their barbaric action. They want to kill Nuer people in good number at the church, at the school, in the villages where people are not armed. Those are the people Anyuak are looking for right now. And they know very well. When Nuer hurt or detect their barbaric action, Anyuak people will never come to fight Nuer people in a daylight like this. They will never do that because they know they'll never win that war. Okay, even though they do mobilization from what do you call it, Pachala, or they bring Anyuak from Abobo, or they bring Anyuak from Jur. Anyuak people will never attack us in the daylight because, like you say, you are on offensive. How can you gonna call peace? You cannot call for peace when you are on the offensive. Anyuak people right now, they are still on the offensive.
Yep. Let me add my contribution on that question, Comrade Guy. Yes, I agree with the answer from Comrade Toot. You know, when you are calling for peace, a peace, there is always a mechanism, and there is always a mechanism for peace to be achieved. And that mechanism starts with, when you want to have peace with someone, there are things that you have to acknowledge first. And Anyuak need to acknowledge that they have actually caused violence to a Nuer community. They have killed us with no reason. And for peace to prevail, it has to start with the root cause. What is the root cause of this conflict? Anyuak need to come to the table with the root cause and acknowledge that this is what they have done. And then the responder, which is Nuer community, we have to respond in the way that, okay, these are the things that we need for us to have peace. We have to demand this 1, 2, 3, which including the security for all of us. But that peace that they are talking about, they knew for sure, as you already explained it, that Anyuak cannot fight Nuer when it comes to a real fight. They cannot confront us, but they can do it in the way that Comrade Toot has explained it. They can eat and run, which is a terrorist way that they can do it. Now, when they started, they thought that, okay, they will kill us the way they've been doing before, and we might not respond it. Now they become aware that Nuer community are very alert, and it is getting too much for them, to deal with us. So what they need to do is to plan. Okay, they can actually ask that we need to appease, and that means another preparation for them, so that they can launch a very big attack on us, where a big number of us we can die. That is another way. Secondly, there are so many actors that have been playing role in this, who have been pushing Anyuak to go and fight Noor. Like we all heard from South Sudan, that there is a training that is taking place, a military training in Foshala, and that training is another
Peter Questful
is another way of encouraging Anyuak to launch offensive against Nuer, so that our enemy can achieve what they have not achieved yet from us. And I think that is the mechanism, and now they are using. So for them to fight Nuer in Gambella is too much for them. And the third one could be, when they started, they thought maybe the Ethiopian Defense Force will eventually fight Nuer. Okay, so they can use different tactics, so that maybe later on we can fall into that trap where we can fight the defense force of Ethiopia in one way or another. But now it's not happening. Plus, it become clear that even within the Ethiopian government, it is clear that Anyuak community are the one actually causing all this trouble. And for them, they find it difficult that they can't go anywhere. The only way they can find is maybe to convince Nuer community, so that we can appease. Then they can plan for the next attack, and that's what I think they are now doing. That's the mechanism they are using. To me, I would say that we cannot allow that to happen. Let them denounce that violence toward Nuer community. Let them denounce the word they are using every now and then, that Nuer are refugee. Let them actually acknowledge that Nuer are the majority in Gambella, and we are the citizen of that place. Therefore, we need to live in peace, side by side, as the members of one community, rather than always talking about, oh, you are from Nuer. Even the way the Gambella living style is designed, you can see that it is very wrong, because Anyuak live in one side and then Nuer live in one side. What is that telling us? That is something need to be addressed. Okay, even the leadership which is now ruling Gambella, we need to say, if there is an article that say in the constitution of Ethiopia, including the state constitution, that majority are the one who will rule, Nuer community need to come boldly, to come out clearly and say, we are the majority, therefore we have the right to rule, rather than a small community like Anyuak to be allowed to rule us in a violent way that they've been doing. And I think this is what I can add on to that.
Thank you very much, Simon.
Before you go, guys, let me. Okay. I don't want to forget this.
Okay.
Me personally, I did not read that peace plan from Anyuak people. Okay. Let's assume that right now Anyuak are ready to come to Nuer community and establish peace. Okay. There are things that Anyuak need to fulfill, like that we mentioned. Anyuak need to accept that Nuer people are majority in Gambella. Okay, number one. Because what we are saying right now, that's what we are going to donate to the people who are going to peace with Anyuak in Gambella, right? Anyuak must accept that Nuer people are majority in Gambella according to census. Okay? Anyuak people must accept that Nuer people, Nuer Ethiopia are citizens of Ethiopia. They deserve to be respected as a community. They deserve to be respected as individual, like Gaibor. The citizen of Ethiopia must be respected also. Okay, Anyuak people need to denounce word refugee. Okay? Anyuak people must accept Nuer people to build their houses anywhere in Gambella region. In Gambella region. Including we can build houses anywhere we want. In order for Nuer and Anyuak to live together forever peacefully. Because if you are a citizen of Ethiopia and resident of Gambella region, and I said to you, yes, I know you are citizen of Ethiopia, I know you are a Gambella region resident, and I'm denying you to establish your house over here or over there, as you want. Because in any country, if you have money and you buy land, let's say you have a money, for example, now you guys, you are the citizen of Ethiopia and you are the resident of Gambella region, right? So if you decide to buy a land on the other side of the river, of the Baro River, is it a crime? But Anyuak need to acknowledge that the resident of Gambella region must build his house or our house anywhere in Gambella. Whether you want to build it next to the airport, as long as you buy the land from the government, it is your own right to build your house over there. And that house must be respected as the private property of that particular person or of that particular citizen of Ethiopia. And at the same time, resident of Gambella region. Okay? And also, Anyuak people must learn to live with law. And Anyuak people also must learn to work with law. Because the problem we have right now in Gambella region, Anyuak people never want to work with any law. They don't want to abide by any law. That's the problem we have right now. Because they can simply come right now because you are not destroy your house or kill anybody. Just like that. And they're still going to get away with it.
Yeah, thank you too on that.
Let me add this one also. Compensation is a must.
Very important. Yeah.
Okay? Compensation is a must. Anyuak people must compensate every single Nuer person that they murder. Are you with me, Gadwi?
Yeah, yes, I am with you, yes.
Anyuak people, in order for us to accept peace, Anyuak people must accept to compensate every single life person they murder from Nuer people. Okay? Because Anyuak, we don't want this war to recur again over and over again, like it used to for many years ago. Okay? So, yes, I think it is a good idea if Anyuak decided to come to peace with us, but we will get together as a Nuer community, and then we can put together our own grievances, and then from there we will go to peace with Anyuak accordingly. So that's what I should add.
Okay, before we move
let me add this point to what Comrade Tudor just said. And Comrade Tudor, thank you for outlining all this very good information. Look, that's what I said before. For peace must be. You cannot just come. I need to have peace with you when actually there is a violence which has lost so many lives. That peace, there will be a root cause of conflict. What is the root cause? We have to study. If Anyuak want to come to say, no, we need to have peace with you, we need to go to the root cause of the conflict. When it started, why it happened, what is actually the Anyuak need from Nuer, and then from there we outline all our grievances and say these things, if they cannot be met, we are not going to have peace with you. It's starting from you need to acknowledge, you need to clearly say Nuer community they are part and parcel of Ethiopian. Okay, rather than always saying they are refugees, they come from South Sudan. Who did not come from South Sudan, including them? If we can talk about where we all come from, and we could even tell them that they are not even from South Sudan, they are from somewhere, like you mentioned in Uganda. But we have no right to say that we have to go back to their history and say, you go back to where you come from. No. As long as they are a citizen of that land, they have the right to live, and they must respect us as a Nuer community in Ethiopia and other resident of people in Gambella who have the right to live anywhere we choose, as long as we bought the land individually as it is required by the law. We have the right to live even in their territory, in what they call it in Aboba, in Fenyere, in Gok, wherever they live. That land is not belong to them. It is the land of Ethiopia. But we know there are indigenous who have been there for a long time before the law being developed. So this is one thing that Anyuak need to understand. And Nuer community don't need to be soft. We don't need to be soft on that. We need to be very clear that the killing of Nuer community will never be tolerated again and will never be allowed again. Anyuak community need to understand that if they kill us today, we will respond the same way they did. And that's what I can add on to that.
Yeah, thank you for that. So before we move on to the same topic also, I will give a chance to Brother Peter Quithpol. Before I move to Quist, let me ask two of you, maybe including Quist, here's the question. We know that responsibility is very important. Sometimes you can do something wrong, and you can admit your wrongdoing by accepting the responsibility, by saying, I'm very sorry. I'm responsible for this. To you, do you believe that Anyuak will accept the wrongdoing they have done on us in Gambella, like killing people, declaring war, they attack in 7 places. Do you think Anyuak community will admit the wrongdoing, as we know the history?
Before I add on my opinion, I would say no. Anyuak people will never accept their wrongdoing. But all the time, or as we know, it depends. Face the consequences or accept your wrongdoing. Because when you accept your wrongdoing, and then there is more chances you will survive. But when you don't accept your wrongdoing, there are more chances you will die in prison for life, right?
Yeah.
Because when you said, yes, I'm guilty, what happened? Okay, now you listen. Now you listen the difficulties of how it become. Okay. Yes, Anyuak people will say no in the first place, but in the second place they will say yes. You know why? Nuer community as a whole right now decide to take action because they want to live peacefully. For Nuer community to decide to live peacefully, they have to go offensive against Anyuak people. Like we say right now, our border with Anyuak will be Baru River. This is our slogan right now. Why Nuer people decide like that? Because they want to live peacefully. There is no way, guys, you can born your child right now, put your child to school, up to college, and tomorrow Anyuak kill that person. Nuer people will never afford to continue living like that. It will be up to Anyuak to decide to give up their wrongdoing and live peacefully with Nuer people. If Anyuak decide to give up their wrongdoing to live peacefully with Nuer people, yes, Anyuak people will accept compensation of single life of Nuer person that they have killed. Because they are not killing these people on the battlefield. They murdered these people. And you know, when you murder person, a murdered person always has to be compensated. For Anyuak to come to peace with Nuer community, yes, Anyuak people as a community must accept this challenge. it doesn't matter. Because if they're not going to compensate these people, guys, you know what's going to happen to Anyuak people. Anyuak people will never enjoy a better life in Gambella region. Because Anyuak people, they know African culture very well. It's not only us in region 12. And they know Nilotic culture too. Because we kill each other as Nilotic people. And we know when we compensate people. When we compensate one another, people go back to normal life, right?
Yeah.
So if Anyuak refuse to compensate Nuer people that they have murdered, that means Anyuak people want this war to continue. That's what I should add.
Yeah,
But for Anyuak people to stop this war, yes, Anyuak people will come to their senses to compensate these Nuer people that they have murdered in Abol, that they have murdered in Itang, that they have murdered in Matar and elsewhere. Yes, Anyuak people will compensate these people in order for them and Nuer people to come back to their normal life like they used to before.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, too, on that. Yeah, thank you very much. So let me turn to Brother Quith. Welcome back again. Welcome back again. So, Brother Quith, you are a person who positioned himself to a peaceful solution for any event. That's good. So, this is our topic today: offensive Anyuak community versus defensive Nuer community. Why the offensive community talk about peace when in fact Anyuak themselves, they have attacked us in Matar Gagwang, in Yitang, in Makot, in Gambella City, in Pinyudu, in Kuluwan, in Kuldang, and to mention some places. So now Anyuak community, they conduct a show probably still on right now, moderated by Zero Umot. Adil Umar is Anyuak from South Sudan, from Tiernam, Pochala area. So he just calling for peace. We don't know if it is a real actual peace or a free plan. Maybe they already have a plan to do something make a confusion on social media so that we can focus on peace. While in fact, maybe next hour they can attack us. We don't know because we know their culture. When they become, because they are opposite always on topic. When they talk about peace, sometimes they will actually talk about war. If they talk about war, sometimes it could be war and it could be peace also. To you, brother Peter Quid. So what do you think about this when Anyuak talking about peace, when in fact they are the one who declare war on us? And like I said earlier on the topic, let me go back to it. So let me go back to this topic. So Anyuak, they are on offensive side, and we are on defensive side. What do you think Anyuak are calling for? Is something they see on the ground? They are on the loose. They are on the run. They cannot defend themselves, and then their plan has failed. They are defeating. They were defeated, or what? What do you think? Why they're calling for peace?
All right. And I'm July Taylor. Thank you so much for the Konlana Korgarway, Mana Kortud Mal.
Maldi,
So Korgarway, Chavata Cho Changi.
Then
I don't know which you Yeah,
Lana Banana Gwedge, comrade Gajbul show, Mekana attend here.
It seemed like I was by myself and I was the wrong side, the way it was. I believe so. First of all, I would say thank you so much for welcoming me to the show again, Gaibul. Without wasting time, let me go straight to the phone. The phone is Anyuak are calling for peace. And why the offensive community are calling for peace. As you know from last week, on that show, I was for peace. Peace is the process. It's a process with certain conditions, but at first it starts by peace. Whoever is calling for peace, it's always about opening the talk, because that's all about peace. And then later condition will come, right? To me, to go straight to it, I agree with peace. Whoever is calling for peace, I'm for that person. Whether it's true or not, people always find it out later. And then from there, you put your conditions. And these are the conditions. These are conditions, especially like the condition that was mentioned by Tud and Gadwech. You know, those are the things that you do later on the table. And then you put your certain condition and you say, this is a condition 1 and condition 2. And from there, you see if there'll be compromise or not. It will depend on how the talk goes. To me, I'm for peace. I feel like peace is always good. And every conflict is always, peace is always the end solution. And when there is peace, when it ends by peace, it's always good. Why peace is always good? Yes, there was a fight, there was a war in Gambella. It's very complicated. It's very clear at first. It's more a mixed political and tribalism as well. There is a certain way that need to be determined later. Could it be that people that will sit on that peace will address, will start with a political solution, with a political issues that are going on in Gambella, or is it communities? I think that's when now you start to separate them. And that's when the issue of community will come in. The community will say, look, this is what we want as a community, as a new community. We want you to compensate our people that you have killed. And then the people that will deal with the politics will say, look, there is a root cause of all this problem. And the root cause may be because if community are not living together, communities are separate. There are certain communities that block other communities from going to certain places while we live in the same place as our own state, our state. I think that's when now you open the talk and then you go through each step by step and address them separately. But they come to the one thing, peace is always good. If Anyuak open that page of peace, I think it's good. We can just embrace it and say, okay, we're okay with it as well. But let's go there and see exactly if they mean it or not. I think to me, to make it simple and short, is peace is good. Whether they are serious or not, we find it out later.
Okay, Peter, quick, thank you on that. So this is a real issue, and for sure, at the end of the day, we will come to the peaceful solution, so that these two communities will come together and talk about peace, and they will also enjoy their daily basis they used to do before. But let me put you as a person who can represent Nuer facing Anyuak. We will choose you to be the head of the delegation, and you go there and talk about peace deal with Anyuak. To you, what kind of condition that you can put on the table that you can introduce to Anyuak community? And if you talk about the condition, what kind of condition 1 or 2 or more, you can explain and say that to the Anyuak community?
At first, you do some research, right? You do research, you know where the problem is not from, right? Let me put it. Let me be the chief negotiator for the Nuer community. Yeah, that's your question, right?
Yeah.
Let me be the one. Okay. I think at first I have to be very careful. One is to look into what is the problem. If these people, if the problem in this community, is that the problem is that they don't want us as the Nuer community in Gambella. You see, And if I find out that's the case, and then that's when now I will figure out the way to address that issue. You see, and present exactly what I would say to them. You see. But the issue of Gambella, the reason why I say it's very complicated, because there are a lot of things that are not very clear. You see, there are certain things that are committed by criminals with their own way of doing things, right? They do a criminal act. Because of the structure of Gambella, where you don't separate a criminal from a community, now it becomes a community issue. You see, there are certain things that are done
Yeah, but
by criminal, as a criminal, which have no agreement, which were no association with the entire community, right? But the moment it come like that, and then it become a community issue, that's where the problem Gambella is. That's why the Gambella problem has never been so clear. You see, an individual criminal can go and kill the Nuer community, and now what happened? Nuer will go do the same thing and do that as offensive, as a defensive, as you say. They will term it as Anyuak attackers. The same thing as Anyuak as well. And now when you get to that, and now a different agenda will come in. The agenda of these people don't want us will come in. The agenda of these people, the agenda of politics will start appearing. That's why it's very complicated. You see, it's very complicated. You see, and the issue of refugees will come in. These people don't want refugees. They will start talking about refugees even though they started as a citizen. You see, so that's why it's very complicated. I feel like the issue of Gambella, it's never been addressed deeper, like really. No one exactly that even you guys will even you are tasked now to go do this. As soon you get there, you become very confused because you will not know. You see, you will not know. It's not more like a politics. It's not like more tribal. You don't. It's not more like an individual act. Criminal who do criminal activities and now they drag that to the communities. It's not like the issue of these people don't want refugees or not. It's not the issue like they don't want the citizen, Nuer citizen with them. That's why it's very complicated. So it's hard to address. It needs a lot of research. It needs a lot of work to be done. And then from there, then now you start to look into putting certain conditions in place.
Okay. Before I give applause, I will give the chance for sure. Let me.
Okay.
I will give you a chance for sure. Peter, but the other quiz, it seemed to be last time you said that you knew more about Anyuak. I know you from a little bit distant, Central Nuer, but you've been in Gambella for a while. You seem to be, the culture of Anyuak. So, like I said earlier, if the team of 4 or 5 or 2 is a member of the team, you're a member, and also Simon Gatwick is a member, and in that paper, probably majority of you agree that the way we're going to term Anyuak, it will be this: you are the terrorist community.
I don't like that term.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. You're the jacket. So, and then the way they're going to term Anyuak other terrorists is because they knew their Anyuak culture. They live side by side. They knew there's no confusion, like you said. There's no confusion if to identify the root cause of the problem or the problem itself. We knew that Anyuak. We live side by side for so many generations, and you also live with Cholo. There is no difference between Anyuak and Cholo. The same community, same tribe. That's one. Why is that so? Why is that so confusion when in fact Anyuak culture is the same as Cholo? And if you know Cholo, and you know why make it complicated? And
it's complicated like this. Okay, it's complicated like this. We're dealing now. We're talking now with the community, Nuer community and Anyuak community. Well, not just a communities. There are communities in the state, a state that has a government. You see, that's why I say it's very complicated. Because if it is the way that people just solve their thing and fight as a community that does not have a government, a system of government in place, that's when now you can just go. You can know that no matter what, if this person is a criminal, as long as a criminal from that community, because criminal can be everywhere. They can be individual in the government, they can be in police, they can be all over. And when they do that, now that's why you have a system. The system have to work by clarifying or identifying certain individuals in every area, whether those are in the government and those are that. You see, and that's where you can identify those. I'm not saying that Anyuak are not doing this other community. They do this, but we have to differentiate that we're dealing with a situation where a community at the same time too we have a government in Gambella. We have a government in Ethiopia. It's not just a community that are living in bush. You see, all these communities have that, and all this they have interlinked. There has to be something that is done by a community. You see, an individual who are the government official or the community members and that thing like that. But how are you going to separate this? You see. And that's why I say, even if you start talking now as a community, let's say you go as a Nuer and Anyuak talking as a community, are you not going to involve the government official who are the main cause of all this problem? That's why I say it's very complicated, because it's community, government. That's where the problem is. You see, and that's why you need a lot of work. You can come with your own reason and say, "Oh, Anyuak are tourists." Call them as the name that you want to give them. You see, but that will never stop them from attacking, if that's the case. You see, until you find the problem. Now we're dealing with a situation where there are communities that are under government.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
I say it's a bit complicated because it's no longer the community but community.
Okay,
Yes. Yeah, I think it's good. Let us switch the question and answer, and then it will be more effective. So that is very good question, Kwargaj. The question is like, if I understand it really well, what are you going to tell Anyuak if you are one of the people who are going to talk to Anyuak, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Mr. Quiz, yes, Anyuak are terrorists. You know why they are terrorists? If you are terrorizing the life of other people, those people have no other name for you. You are a terrorist because you are terrorizing them. Kurga is 100% sure for this name. When I hear him every time he called them like that, that's the name I could call them too.
I cannot
because Anyuak choose like they choose to be those people. Because if you are killing children and women while they are sitting in their fence, so that means you are terrorists. Because right now you might be sitting, but you might be thinking like, oh, I'm going to be shot, or somebody going to be shooting at me. So that person is a terrorist to you, right? That's a good name for them because that's what they are doing. They kill people like that in Eton. They kill people like that when they are riding the bajaj. They kill people like that when they are sitting in their fences or under tree. They kill people like that when you are on the bus. So that means they are terrorists. That's a good name. And at the same time also, Anyuak are perpetrators because they are committing those crimes. You can call them perpetrator too. That's a good name for Anyuak too. Okay? And at the same time, Anyuak are murderer people. Because you are just sitting drinking your tea and then somebody gonna stab you in the back or anywhere in your body. So that person is a murderer. Okay? Because you think like you are just sitting taking your time or taking drinking your beer or whatever you are drinking, and then somebody walk in and start killing you. But because you don't know it, you're going to be killed in that moment. That person to you or to other people is a murder. Okay? But let's say it like this. When we come to peace to Anyuak, okay? When we come to reconciliation with Anyuak, this is the right time. We're not going to use this name against Anyuak because right now we are in peace with Anyuak. But at this time, we are at war with Anyuak. So we have no other name for them. We are going to use this name until we come to peace with Anyuak. Okay? Am I clear to you guys?
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe
Thank
to
you.
So,
Raj and Garwit, to me,
yes,
I know, I know.
yes. So let's say yes. Yeah,
Don't want to accept this term. That's
yeah.
okay.
So
We
so
agree.
let's take,
We
yeah.
agree. We agree. We agree.
Let's
It's
say
okay.
I'm one of the people who are going to peace with Anyuak. This should be my position. Political will is very important for Nuer people. Is very important because when Nuer people said yes, it's over, it's over. But for Anyuak is another story. That's why
All right.
it's too hard for Nuer people to trust Anyuak. Okay, Anyuak should say right now, okay, put your gun away. I put my gun away. Nuer person should put his gun away, and then Anyuak person should see it as an opportunity to get you right now. You see the problem right now? This is a very, very difficult for Nuer people to come to trust Anyuak people. Okay? Because you are Nuer, I'm Nuer, and Gadi and Garwich are Nuer people, they know what I'm talking about it right now, and you know what I'm talking about it right now. Because when you say 2 years is over, let us make a peace, I know you meant it, you know I meant it. But for Anyuak, they don't mean it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Good.
They see it as a plan to get an opportunity to get the enemy. This is the problem we have right now. Okay?
All
If
right.
I'm one of the person going to talk to Anyuak, I should talk to Anyuak like this. And if you are a Anyuak person online right now, yes, you could hear me saying this, or maybe you will hear another person talking to you tomorrow saying this. I should say like this. For us to come to the real political will, Nuer people and Anyuak people must start living together as one people. Nuer and Anyuak should say no to segregation. Segregation society is always a problem in anywhere, not only in Gambella region. If you believe in segregation,
I
that
agree.
mean that mean you are promoting violence.
Yep, I agree.
You don't want to see me as Nuer. I don't want to see you as like Anyuak. I want to see us as one people. Okay? If Anyuak should stick to that one, this one will bring permanent peace in Gambella region. Okay? Because if your neighbor is Nuer, if your neighbor is Anyuak, and then Nuer, and then Anyuak, this is a community we want to live into. That is one. Anyuak people must learn to love all their neighbor. Anyuak people must learn to love Nuer people. And Nuer people will do the same as well. So, and both of them must say no to segregation. You can buy your land anywhere you want. You can build your house anywhere you want in Gambella region. Not only in Gambella city, in Gambella region. Okay? That should be my point number one. My point number two, my friend Anyuak people, we know we are one people. Anyuak people and Nuer people are one people. Historically, let us stop calling ourselves name. Let us stop calling our fellow citizen or fellow brother refugee. Nuer people are refugee. Nuer people and Anyuak people live in Gambella area before we even call Gambella region. Before we even call Gambella Ethiopia. Okay? When we were in old Sudan, Gambella was a part of old Sudan. Okay, Gambella became a part of Ethiopia recently. Before Gambella even became part of Ethiopia, Nuer and Anyuak lived together on that land for hundreds of years, or even 1,000 of years. We live on that land. So let us stop each other's name, refugee. Nuer should never and shall never be refugee on their land. Anyuak will never be refugee also on their land. So because of that, we must accept living together as brother and sister. Okay, that should be point number two. And then point number three, compensation. Compensation is a part of Nilotic making a peace between them. We used to kill one another. Nuer fight with one another. Anyuak also kill one another. Okay, for us to come to reconciliation, compensation in our culture is a reconciliation, a permanent peace. Because when we compensate the deceased family, and then peace come afterward because of compensation. Yes, Anyuak people, without condition, must accept to compensate Nuer people that they have murdered in Abol, they have murdered in Itang, and in anywhere else, in Matar. The 9 people they murdered in Matar. Those people were murdered by Anyuak people. Anyuak people must accept that, not Morley. Because if Anyuak continue saying Morley people murdered 9 people in the church in Matar, it means Anyuak people don't want to come to peace with us. If Anyuak people meant to come to peace with us, yes, Anyuak people must accept the responsibility of 9 of them must accept the killing of 9 women, because those 9 women definitely killed by Anyuak people, and Anyuak people must accept to compensate those 9 people in order for peace to return to Gambella region.
Yeah.
I should say, and then again, I should make another point again.
All right.
Yes, for us to come to peace again with Anyuak, or for Anyuak to come to peace with Nuer, perpetrator must be arrested. Anyuak people must reveal the name of the people who committed crime to be arrested. There is no way we can allow a killer to get away all the time if we want real peace. Okay, any Anyuak who went out on his own and kill Nuer person, that person, because he's a perpetrator, must be turning and arrested. Okay, for a permanent peace to return. And again, yes, I should have started with the root cause, but let me add it like that too, because that's how things work when people put the idea together and then later we sort them out. Root cause is very important. It has to be addressed thoroughly. Okay, root cause has to be addressed thoroughly in order for every single person to understand the problem, because this problem is not a yesterday problem. It is an existing problem. But what caused this all the time? That thing alone need to be investigated and understand thoroughly, and then in order for Anyuak and Nuer people to use it as a policy to prevent future war again. I should tell Anyuak like this too. Anyuak people, please respect the movement of refugee. Refugees are the part of Gambella region economy. Without a refugee, a lot of people in Gambella region could not do better. This is a fact. Everywhere you go, migration never bring hungry. Migrant bring good economy to that particular region or to that particular place. Because now when you have a lot of refugees right now, refugee buy sugar, refugee buy clothes, refugee buy grain, refugee buy anything, buy medicine, buy a lot of stuff. Because of refugee, Gambella is doing better right now economically because of refugee. Okay, refugee buy a lot of stuff. Refugee eat food. Refugee. If you look at it positively or in a positive lens, if you don't see them like Nuer, but see them as the people who are contributing positively to Gambella region economically, you will see it. Gambella region economy work better because of refugees. So because of that, we have to we have to give them a free pass. They can go anywhere they want to buy their things and go back to refugee also. And at the same time also, Gambella resident buy what? Buy maize, grain from refugee. Without refugee, where can they get those things? Okay. Lastly, peace is good. Okay? Peace is good because when there is peace, people live peacefully. But don't talk about peace when you are in the middle of fight. We are in the middle of fight right now. Anyuak always said we have to go back to Matthew. Do you think that statement is very simple statement? When a person said you quit, you have to go back to Matthew. When did you come back from Matthew? Can you tell me now? When I say quit, when did you come back from Matthew? It is
because I know that's impossible.
Okay. Okay. When you say that is impossible, that means you accept to go to war with Anyuak right now. Now you said it's not impossible, right? That means you are accepting to go to war with Anyuak. Because if you say it is impossible for me to go back to Matthew, so now you are going to battlefield with Anyuak, right? So that's why we say to Anyuak people, please, this is very, very, very big thing. Okay? It's like pushing a mountain to make it rolling with your own hands. Okay? So this statement, we need Anyuak to refrain from this slogan. They have to go back to Matthew. They have to go back to Matthew. We have to kill them. So we don't want to continue like that. We need to enjoy life. Okay, we need to enjoy life for sure. We suffer for so many years. Okay, right now we have independence of Sudan. We have Ethiopia. Why we don't want to enjoy life like that? Okay, so that's what. Court guys, sorry, maybe I took a lot of time.
No problem.
So,
Okay,
yeah.
let me come in.
Yeah, give it to Gadwich. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're doing good. Yeah. Thank you.
Let me come in.
Yeah.
Take the podium.
Now, let me come in. Thank you very much again, Comrade Guy, and thank you to Comrade Peter. You just joined us now. And before I comment to that question that Comrade Guy has just asked you, I just want to comment on the point of the word terrorist. I think to my understanding, I would say that word is a correct word, is a correct term that should be given to Anyuak. And why it should be given to them, Comrade Tood already explained, because when somebody killing you randomly with no reason, killing your children, killing your community members, killing anyone on trains, on the road, on the bus, in the car, with no reason, that person has to be termed as a terrorist. And in a war situation, it's not a first time. In a war situation, we have also witnessed it in the wartime when we were fighting Arab. During SPLA from 1983, there was a name called Nyagat. That name, that term was used in a way to oppress those of Gaitud and those who were called Anyanya too. And in a war situation, there is always the name to be created to oppress your opponent. It's not the first time that that name has to be given to individual or to the community, and I think it is a perfect name that fit them because they kill us as a community, not as individual. I agree with Comrade Guy. That name has to be used, but later on when we have peace or when peace comes, we will actually abandon that name, or we will not use that name anymore. Let me come to your argument when you said the problem of Gambella is very complicated. To my understanding, it's not complicated. It's not complicated because the Anyuak community now they have a body who's now in Addis Ababa, and that body is actually lobby the federal government for them to accept that Nuer are refugee. They must go back to South Sudan. That need is not complicated. It is agenda from Anyuak community to say that Nuer must leave Gambella because they are not citizens of Gambella. That is the conflict. That is the nature of the conflict. So we cannot say it is an individual who commit crime or individual who actually creates problem. And not only to that other community, they link it to the government, because the members of an Anyuak community who are in government are the same people who are actually supporting that body which is lobbying for Nuer to be chased away in Gambella. It is very clear. There's nothing that we need to actually find out why it is happening. It's not the first time. It has been there for so many years. But, you know, recently the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Dr. Abiy, when he met with Nuer community and Anyuak community, he told them very clear that Nuer are part and parcel of Ethiopia. The violence that is happening in Gambella, which happened for a very long time, has always been caused by Anyuak community. Nuer are innocent people. They have never caused any violence. And he actually enumerated, he mentioned a number of incidents that happened, including Islanders who were killed by Anyuak on the buses from different locations, toward Addis Ababa, toward Itang, and toward in different areas, in Gok, in Fanyura. All of those incidents were caused by Anyuak community. And yet, they have members who are actually in the government, including the president, who's actually from the Anyuak community, never come out to condemn that killing. And so for us, we can say it is all of them. It is a whole community, because if the members of Anyuak community who are part and parcel of the government of Ethiopia, as well as the state government, they should come clearly and condemn that, the killing of Nuer community. There are so many evidence that actually clearly tell us that Anyuak have an agenda for them to chase Nuer community away. A denying of the right of Nuer community, a denying of individual right, and a denying of Nuer to exist in that territory, regardless of whether the Ethiopian government or the people of Ethiopia knew clearly that the people of the Nuer community are part and parcel of Ethiopia. They have contributed in terms of during war liberation, when Ethiopian gained its independence, we have contributed. Who are those Anyuak today to say Nuer are not part of Ethiopia? That is a different case. Now coming to the peace process. You know, one of the hardest things in this world, in any society, is peace. It is easy to go to war. You can go to war. Even now, I can say that I can go and start war with someone. Then violence can erupt it. But to bring peace is the hardest one. Because when you want to bring peace, you started with the root cause. What happened? That's the first question you ask. Why violence take place? Then people will explain. Okay, violence all was result of the killing. When people died, and you lose members of community, then people will come to mechanism of, okay, there is a violence. For us to stop it, it will start with people to come together and say we need to have peace. And to have peace, you need to start by arresting the perpetrator. You know why we have a difficulty in South Sudan? We have a peace that has been negotiating, and the implementation has been so long, like almost 10 years. It is because we have a people in South Sudan who are perpetrators that are known by the members of community that they were the one killing thousands of people. And they get away with it. They are just working on daylight without anything happening to them. That's why we still are not able to have peace. The same issue in Gambella, if it will be allowed the same way it is happening now in South Sudan, we will never witness peace in that place. For peace to be there, we will start by saying Nuer will demand the arrest of the perpetrator of Anyuak community, those who have been killing people. They must be arrested. They must be arrested first. They will be brought to justice. And the process of justice is, it must be accountability. Because when you look at it, the government, which is now in Gambella, is actually involved. It is involved because since the killing started, there has never been any action being taken by that government. It is because it is the one who's ruling Gambella is the members of Anyuak community. That government also will be taken into account. It has to be there in that peace process. And for that peace process to take place, the Nuer community will demand such a thing, 1, 2, 3. If I happen to be among the negotiator members, I would say 1, 2, 3. This we have to demand these things, because we cannot have a peace that will let us to go back to war later with those of Anyuak community. We need a very inclusive peace that will allow Anyuak community, even if there are perpetrators within us, Anyuak community, they must also be arrested. Because peace is not one side. Peace is a both sides. For it to come, we have to identify the perpetrator from their side and the perpetrator from our side. From our side. Even though our side, we are always fighting self-defense. There must be something that has to be identified. Okay? This is where we will talk about living in peace. Because nobody say that we don't want peace. Even you, Comrade Peter, calling for peace. We all know why we live in Western world, and I think the majority of us, we are now in Western world. Why there is a peace? Because there is a rule of law. Okay? That rule of law is the one that allows people to live in peace. Because if somebody come to your house and invade you or try to kill you, and then you call the police will come and actually arrest that person. Then the court process will take place. There's nothing as such in Gambella. And the Gambella regional state policy, the law, and all of this need to be revised by the federal government. Because why the state is failing to protect the citizen? Why the state is failing to help accountable to those who are actually killing people randomly? Let us start it with the issue of a Gambella regional force, which was actually tasked to protect the state. Recently, when the federal government decided that there will be no regional forces, then they were asked to bring back their guns. Then the Anyuak refused. And in that matter, there is no anything that the government has taken place, or any action that the government has taken to bring those who refuse to justice. They run away, and allegedly these are the people who are now killing people on road. And the government, who is now the head of it, is Anyuak, did not take any action. They are all involved in that. So, in my opinion, yes, I accepted peace. We all accept peace. But for us to say that the problem of Gambella is not clear, it is clear. It is clear because Anyuak demand Nuer to leave Gambella, in which it is a nonsense, something that will never happen, and it will never have any fruit at all. Nuer and Anyuak, they must live together side by side as the members of Gambella community. We need that to happen. That's such a lifestyle of segregation, where Anyuak community will live in one side, Nuer community in one side, need also to be addressed. It needs to be addressed because if the Ethiopian constitution said we all are equal as a citizen and we must live wherever we choose, regardless of our color, regardless of our background, as long as you are a member and a citizen of Ethiopia, you must live wherever you choose. As long as you acquire land through legal process, which is required by the law, then you can live in that place. Let's say I can live in Addis Ababa, or any members of Nuer community or Anyuak community can live in Addis Ababa with any problem. Why should it be hard for anyone to live in Gambella? And Anyuak are saying that no, people cannot live there. That is something that Anyuak they need to understand that this is not true. They need to understand that they need to embrace everyone to live in Gambella in peace like anybody else. And I think this is what I can say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's go to the quick commercial. We come back like 3-4 minutes.
We are okay. Got to call you call dia.
Con nhiều con dia, con đừng nhọc,
So
con đừng nhọc.
welcome.
Karan tuar male la lo le ne bi loy dien gwa.
Shorogul fanal, guro shema, shana belo di magura, murabal mi chudunja, shorabal ke changan ga gamako, shorishang falba mi kai korala mi gar korana ba, mui bojan mu ga fal biawnya, shorafal kan mo ne chame bel magur. Karan
tuar male, karan bul male la lo le ne bi loy dien gwa.
Shorogul fanal, guro shema, shana belo di magura, murabal mi chudunja, shorabal ke changan ga gamako, shorishang falba mi kai korala mi gar korana ba, mui bojan mu ga fal biawnya. Karan
tuar male, karan bul male, karan tuar male la lo le ne bi loy dien gwa.
Shorogul fanal, guro shema, shana belo di magura, murabal mi chudunja, shorabal ke changan ga gamako. Shorishang falba mi kai korala mi gar korana ba, mui bojan mu ga fal biawnya, shorafal kan war ne chame bel magur, somna bi tegan suche bor bi pare.
Kar yi kora we, kar yi boja we, den shu sha we ka dum da ngwan ya kon ngai ba.
Rusham no, muri ko lai, para dori karum ke we ganiran. Sayali ya tumi chibalo, karum ne belong ga manyan kirabatam.
Kar yi kora we, shi boja we den shu sha we ka dum da ngwan ya kon ngai ba.
Rusham no, muri ko lai, para dori karum ke we ganiran. Sayali ya tumi chibalo, karum ne belong ga manyan kirabatam.
Kar yi boja we, shi kora we den shu sha we ka dum da ngwan ya kon ngai ba.
Rusham no, muri ko lai, para dori karum ke we ganiran. Sayali ya tumi chibalo, karum ne belong ga manyan kirabatam.
Kar yi shang we liet, kar yi shang we liet, ti shang we na ra ko ka jana ka luk tham kiene.
La no we la ko ngai la kingambat. Jangai la kingambat, Changi nu fal ma bia sola.
Kar yi shang we liet, ti shang we nyo na ko ka jana ka luk tham kiene.
La no we la ko ngai la kingambat. Jangai la kingambat, Changi nu fal ma bia sola.
Kar yi shang we liet, ti shang we nyo na ko ka jana ka luk tham kiene.
La no we la ko ngai la kingambat. Jangai la kingambat, Changi nu fal ma bia sola.
Lar ka ne o ye lu da.
Ngai la kingambat.
Lar ka ne o ye lu munda.
Ngai la kingambat.
Lar ka ne o ye lu da.
Ngai la kingambat.
Lar ka ne o ye lu rola.
Ngai la kingambat. Jangai la kingambat, Changi nu fal ma bia sola.
Lar ka ne o ye lu da.
Ngai la kingambat.
Lar ka ne o ye lu da.
Ngai la kingambat.
Lar ka ne o ye lu dora.
Ngai la kingambat. Jangai la kingambat, Changi nu fal ma bia sola.
Ko along ti kon lunjok tom tam ko na gwel ba ko tong nat ba ko baling ne kon ton dang ra tong len ne tame na majen ba final round ko kon dial ka gwadi yo brand lan ko just final statement after a little bit probably like less than 20 minutes they want to gwal a little bit ko tam nan ko wata mi 11 23 p.m. the Pacific time, on the West Coast. So yeah, long can the Midwest, East Coast. Yeah, too late. Long.
Teneko Australia going to get
Oh, the Australia. And then one and two tower, but I will let it go.
Agar wila wadong te o made mani kwet andong te o made.
Hey, tell me Australia.
Nana ya navrata. Okay.
Take a Melbourne, take a Victoria, India.
And
Oh, take a pass. Oh, take West.
and Jana ka Melbourne, Chaben Northern Territory. Take 11 years Northern Territory.
Yeah, and then you want to look at India.
Yeah, take to go to the thing.
Jaguar, Dame quit Bakam, you kitten quit, and it be
Okay. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity. First of all, I would say the name terrorist is it's event happened, and there are certain things that qualify the name, and it depends on timing. So for some, it might be okay for them to think that it's okay to call the community a such name. And for some, maybe they will wait. Some will wait and say, look, maybe it's not a time now to put that name. And that's why I try to stay away from that name, because I feel like this is a community. And there are certain things that they might agree, they may do together as a community. There are certain things that they might not agree to do as a community. So criminal act always committed by few individual. It does not mean that it will not involve everyone later. So as it goes by, and then definitely it will involve everyone. So maybe it will start by a few individuals, and it become a Nuer versus Anyuak. So then the question would be: is it okay to call them that name? It depends on individual. It depends on the individual, like I said. For me, I'm trying to stay away from that, because I feel like it doesn't matter. We can fight as a community, but at the same time, the respect will still be there no matter what, because in the end, people come back together. For that, when the event that happened, I don't like it, but I still have hope that we will come back together. Let me come to the reason why I say the issue of Gambella is very complicated. There are a lot of things that you can see, get away my thing, and God, and all of us. We may have all a different thing that we see as the root cause of the conflicts. Maybe in the end of the day, and then if we go deep, maybe we can find them that those are not the real cause of the problem. Because it seemed like Gambella be run with just a common sense. This is how the Gambella is structured. Even the way they deal with their problem, it pretty much they use just a common sense. Just you should know that you cannot kill somebody. This is how the Gambella is run. And when it comes to how to deal with this problem, and that's why the root cause has not been known. Someone can say, oh, these people, they don't want us. But it's always an assumption, because there's never been a meeting that conducted. So where the disagreement of you will go back or you will stay emerge. So for that, the root cause has not been known. There are always individuals that can say that, but maybe this is not the whole community. And if you try to deal with that, there's so many ways that can come in if you try to talk about the peace. First, then maybe you can look for the root cause of the conflict itself first. And then there are certain things that need to be addressed within the political context of Gambella. And there might be things that need to be addressed within the context of Ethiopian constitution, because this is the community that are in a country that has a law in place and the rule of law in place. There has to be issue of refugees as well. What is it? Is it the main problem? Is the issue of refugees the problem? That's what leads to all this. He said because of individual from that particular community that are committing crimes, and then as a main cause of problem, and then they will lead to the community-based community. Or is it a unified criminal activities? If I mean unified criminal activities, I think that are agreed by the community. Was if then that Anyuak community had a meeting in this place, and then they did it like this, like what the community was saying, that they have they were trained, they are training people in Pinchala. So the whole thing is just an assumption. There never been a meeting where people say, look, this is what we want. This is what we want. And this is what we want, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then from there, disagreement emerged. So that's why I feel like all the events that happen in Gambella, from the leadership, even the leadership from the federal government, the state government, they never look deep into how to address the problem. They always focus on controlling it. You see, they always focus on event happen, then they focus on, they bring the army from government, from federal government to control the situation. Now, the fact that you control the situation does not mean that you address the root cause of the problem. You see, it can erupt it again. So I feel like that's why. Because if you look at the Gambella, because one of them, even the Gambella government, even the Gambella, when there's issue now, there are things that always happen. First, a politician will be divided. Again, a police will be divided. Police always divided themselves. Liu also
I will
divided.
call you. Let me finish when I finish.
They never come to address this issue, because if you have a state where somebody will do a criminal act, go and kill somebody, and instead of coming up with a unified way of dealing with that and finding that person, now you will have a community that are divided, the politicians, the leaders that are divided the tribal line. And that's why it's so hard for people like Umar to come out and condemn that, because it was seen as betraying his own people, because this is how the state is structured itself. Nuer see Sankwe as the leader, but they see Umar as just somebody as Anyuak. And then Anyuak sees people like Sankwe as a Nuer, as somebody that represents Nuer. You see, when the event happen, and then definitely it will go automatically to tribal line, and from there the police will be divided, and all the government institutions will break down, and that's why the federal government always intervene. So to me, I feel the issue of Gambella, that's why I say it's very complicated, because the people of Gambella have never sit down where they ask themselves, how are we going to live in this state? What are the constitution? How we address the issue if a problem emerge? So that's why I say it's always complicated. Now, when this thing happens, everyone will go with what they know, which is somehow, it's not the fact. And I will say, Nuer come now, they want to fight to take our land. And then Nuer will say, these people want to kick us out of Gambella. In which the main point, what lead to that crisis, will be left aside. You see. That's why I say it's very complicated. Because you guys will have your own root cause that you think as the root is the root cause. That we have his own root cause that he thinks is a root cause. Comrade two, the same. And now you have different people with a different program and different way of thinking that this one is a root cause. So that's why I say it's very complicated. Gambella has a long way to go. If we go now to address the peace between Nuer and Anyuak, it has a process. And those processes, if they are not met, definitely you're just controlling the situation as usual. Because the issue of Gambella is always about controlling it. It's never been about looking deep into it and solve it. It's about it happened, erupted, and then let control it. That's it. And then it's just a matter of time it go back again. So that's what I'm thinking. So that's why I say, to conclude, that's why I say it's a bit complicated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Kai kon yanang gadaro enranda it kenyam.
Okay.
Yep, I can come and comrade, guys.
Let me go real quick, Garweg, I'm ready, and then you will come back in again. Is that fine?
Yep, that's fine.
This one goes to Mr. Peter Quiz Paul, right?
Yeah.
Peter Quiz, I was thinking like, if I were a singer, I would turn this into the song, because it is not only you. We have a few Nuer. When war occurred between Nuer and other tribes, not only Anyuak, let's say Denka or Shuluk, some of us start blaming Nuer people without blaming the other side.
I'm not trying to blame. I'm not trying to blame.
Yep, I'm coming to it. Let's say you are a peacemaker. Let's say you are a sympathizer person. To make it fair, or before I say to make it fair, people like you in our community, when they see Nuer people making revenge, they turn against us. When they see Nuer people calling the enemy name, because the enemy is calling us name, they start turning against us. To come to you, if you don't want Nuer people to call Anyuak terrorists, and then also I want you to tell Anyuak not to call Nuer people refugee, to be fair.
I don't even have Anyuak friend.
Because no, they are watching us. Anyuak people now are on the show with us. They are listening to you.
Watching.
They are listening to you. They are watching at you now. They are listening to you, and they will also watch you later. Okay? You don't want
peacemakers, man.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Because now you are because now, if you are blaming Nuer for calling Anyuak this name and this name, and when you come to Anyuak side, you remain silent. That means now you are telling me you have a side right now, right? Because I don't see you. Because I don't see you now telling them what they have done wrong, as you told Nuer people now. So if you remain silent in that vacuum, that means you have a side, right? Okay. So that's why I want all of us. Okay. If you decide to take it on like that, but make it clear and make it equal also. Okay. And also quiz also, because now you are representing Anyuak, let's say like that. For peace to return to Gambella, I want you to tell them this. I want you to tell Anyuak, it is not an amazing slogan to tell Nuer people to go to Bentiu because they are refugees. If you want real peace, or if you want us to maintain a real peace in Gambella region, tell them like that. Tell them also to stop calling other citizens refugees. Okay? You got me. Okay. I think you got me quick, right?
Yeah, we just going to opinion.
Okay.
Need to be done there. So.
And also you mentioned a very good thing also. You said Umot doesn't want to betray his people. Okay, you said it like that.
That's how he thinks.
That's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If I can. Okay. Now, do you see Umot as the president of Gambella region, or you see Umot right now as the president of Banyo? Just give me 1 second answer, and then I will go ahead with my point.
All right. You know, okay. Let's take it as a politician.
Yeah.
Cannot answer yes, no.
Because now I have found Anyuak right now.
There's explanation. All right. Okay, take your time. Go quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Like I say, you know, that's why I say the issue of Gambella is very complicated, and that forces people to think like that. You know, more now because of the way that is Gambella is structured, even the way they deal with a conflict in their state. No matter how it goes, whether it's individual criminal or what, definitely it go to tribal line. And when go to tribal line, now it put leaders in certain situation where they don't know how to deal with it. And that's why if he come out and condemn it with the context of how they deal with the problem in Gambella, he will see now that he's betraying his own people, and that tomorrow his people become victims. That's why I say the issue of Gambella is deeper than what we know. You see, it affects the politics of Gambella. You see, the politics of Gambella definitely, there's nothing there. There's only a community based there. That's why I say the issue of Gambella, people talk of event when it happened, but there are certain things that need to be addressed first. Because I don't think that even people of Gambella, that they respect the constitution of Ethiopia.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me come back to my point. Okay, poor guy like Mr. Quitz stated, who might qualify to be replaced by another person based on what you saw, based on what you said, and based on what we know. Umot is no longer a president of Gambella region because he took side, because he didn't want to betray his people, whatever they do, because Umot is a part of this problem. And that's why we recognize Umot as a commander of this current war. So that's why Nuer people have a right to call Anyuak whatever name they are now represent. Okay? Okay. You mentioned it also, the situation in Gambella is not, you said Gambella's situation is complicated to be addressed easily, right?
Yeah.
Every situation is not complicated, but it is complicated whenever you don't want to address it. Okay? The situation is complicated by the people. Okay? Not the situation complicated the people. We are, or Anyuak people are the one make things complicated. That's why Nuer people need to take action. They need to take action forcefully, violently, or let's say militarily, in order for the situation to be contained. As we know, fire in your house, if you don't want to take it off, the whole house can burn down. Okay? It's a similar thing. If more people right now just blaming the situation without taking action, and then this situation should drag on and on until it becomes bigger to be solved or to be contained. So that's why we said immediately right now we need to take action seriously, because when we take serious action, immediately central government will intervene, like the way it is intervened right now.
What, Brother Toot?
Let me make this real quick. I have a point here that I want to make.
Okay.
I have a point here that I want to make. It's like a question. Do we think if we not replaced tomorrow by another person, do we think this situation will come down? Mr. Garwich, if you can add that on. I know Korga next time will gather all the questions together. But because right now we're helping each other, and then let me add that question. Even you guys also, I want you, even you Korga also just contribute on that question also.
It's good debate before God will come with your question. You know, even if woman is replaced tomorrow, even you replace woman today, the same situation will come. Because let's say now we are talking here, we are not sure of what is a Gambella constitution, what is a state constitution, what is a Ethiopian constitution say. Because most of things in Gambella, that's why I say most of the issue in Gambella, they are always addressed based on tribe or event. They are never been addressed within the context, and that's why you see a government official will involve in criminal activities, and there's nothing that say there, okay, you break this law that's saying this in the constitution, our state constitution. That's why I say even you replace Umar tomorrow, there will be the same similar problem, because this problem that we are talking about today is not new. Because most of the things that are addressed in Gambella, one they addressed was just common sense and based on tribal way of addressing them. You see?
Okay, what needs to be
Yep.
done? What needs to be
Let me
what
come.
needs to be done? What needs to be done? What needs to be done in order to stop this situation today
Right.
and tomorrow?
Yeah.
Or you
Let
ask
let
me.
let me
Yes.
let me come
Okay.
before.
Okay. Let we come. Let we come, and then you do it again.
Let me come. This is very good debate.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's very good debate, and I
Continue.
thank you, Comrade Toot,
Yeah.
for that question. You know, there are certain points that we can actually acknowledge from the Comrade Peter Quiz. Gambella has been established along the tribal line. Okay, we are for sure we know it, and based on the structure of Gambella, based on the geographical or political dynamic, there are certain things that we can acknowledge and certain things that we can say these are not true. With that question that Comrade Tudor just asked, if Umodi replaces today with another person, could be someone who's Nuer, let's say as a Nuer person, a Nuer leader, I think peace would also be realized, or peace would come. Okay, yeah, just go there and go to work and talk to him. I would say that because, as an example, during Atu Galwatut, when Atu Galwatut was the president of Gambella, there was peace and calmness. Okay, there was peace and calmness until when he was removed. That's when the situation or that problem started. And by the way, another issue of why we are calling that community as the terrorists, you know, they qualify with the name, because for you to qualify for something, there has to be something that people will see it as the obstacle why you have to be given that name. For example, that community has been known for killing any Ethiopian citizen. You know, in 2003, when during Malasa, when he was the prime minister, you know what happened when Anyuak community, when they killed the Ethiopian, the high-profile official. Okay, with a very simple thing that they don't want refugees to be relocated where they are now. They went there to assess the area. Then on their way coming back to Gambella, they were killed on their way, simply by claiming that this land is belong to us, when in fact a federal government, which is the one that is ruling Ethiopia, they killed the official on their way. That name they qualify as terrorists. And then as a result of it, they were killed in thousands. Okay? That's why some members who are now in United States and in Canada and here in Australia, they were displaced at that time. They went to Kenya and Uganda and became refugee. They became a refugee, which is the word now they are using as a meaningless word. They qualify as a refugee by that time because they killed people with no reason. The same thing now that what they are now doing now to Nuer community. You see, when you are known as a community who is killing people for no reason, well, people will fed up and give you any sort of name that would actually to oppress you, or whatever name that qualify you. And that's why we are so vocal and say that this name, they qualify for it. And as I mentioned before, that this name is a temporary one. Later on, when peace comes, then people will actually abandon that name. It will not be any longer put in that context. But at this moment, we have to call them terrorists because they're all involved. You see, we cannot say it is complicated, as Comrade Tood has mentioned, that it is the people who complicated the problem, not the problem complicated itself or to the people. It is the people who complicated, because if you look at the president, let's say, for example, tomorrow, if when Comrade Atu Galua, when he was the president of Gambella by then, if a member of Nuer community went and kill, let us assume that a Nuer community went and kill a Nuer community on the bus, should he not be reacted? Should he not be coming out and condemn that killing as the president of all Gambella?
Definitely.
But if we are seeing this, like now we are seeing this man, Umot, thousands of Nuer community are crying, who are the citizens. Their family members have been killed on the road, and just in the houses where they just live. And he never come out. He never had any audacity to come out to condemn this. And yet we would say that it is complicated. He himself is the one who has chosen himself to be on the side of Anyuak for whatever reason he is known to him. But he is being elected as the president of Gambella. He is actually representing all the people of Gambella, all the community. Any problem that happened from any other community, whether it is caused by his own community or by other community, he is a leader of all of them. He should come out clearly and condemn it. We can say that he's the one who complicated the problem because he did not, he chose to stand in the side of their own community, of his own community, rather than to stand with the truth. Okay? And we cannot say that it is complicated, that if he actually condemned, we cannot say that if he condemned it, then he would be seen as a betrayal by his own community. What made him to be a leader? Because there is a difference between betraying your own community and a difference between telling the truth. Because this one is a death case. People are being killed by his own community. And if he compromises the life of other people by saying that he cannot condemn because he will be termed as a betrayer, that means he's the one who divided the state. And in that context, we still, yep.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Let me address this. Because now you'll be addressing an issue that is, look, what I'm saying is, the complication is how to address the peace in Gambella. I'm not saying that the killing did not happen. Killing happened. You see, what I'm saying is how, because we start by peace, and that's why I'm trying to focus on the peace part of it, right? I'm trying to focus on how to address the peace. That's why I say the peace in Gambella, it's a bit complicated because we cannot determine how it will work, because there's a lot of things. You're dealing with a situation where you're dealing with a citizen of a country. There are certain things that need to be addressed in the constitutional context, a lot of things. That's why I say it's not just about saying, you and you sit down, these are our conditions, give us this, give us this. That's what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying too that killing did not happen. I'm saying, okay, the reason could be the reason, the way the Gambella is structured, the way they govern the Gambella is through tribal line. And that put you in your community whether you like it or not. You see, could be the reason why Umot did not come. Definitely he have to side with his own community. I'm not saying that no, he did not side with his own community. He did side with his own community. That's why he's not coming out. And the problem is the way the government, the Gambella is structured itself.
But okay, if that is the case, yeah, we will come and come to truth. If that is the case, that the problem is being complicated because of the law. He is the president for all the people of Gambella, regardless of whether you are Nuer, you are whatever community you come from. He is the president. Even if there is a structure, yeah, you can even see for members of his own community access the government the government resources, such as the weapon and the thing like that, the money. They access those things through him. Okay, and you can never see in any other community like Nuer community who can access those resources through Tankwe, because Tankwe see himself as a vice president for all the people of Gambella. And that you can see now people are blaming him. I said so many times on that show that we cannot blame him, because he himself as the president of all people, as a vice president. Okay, he represented all the people of Gambella. He should not come out and say to Nuer, we have to go for war, or he can actually defend them. But the law itself, which is the constitution, will defend these people. The fact that Umot has chosen to be silent, not to condemn this, he actually put himself in that situation. It's not a Nuer issues. And I think, to me, I would say that there's no complication in this. The complication is because he made it the problem to be complicated. He could have come out and said these people who Let's say, for example, when Comrade Galwa Paltut, when he rebelled, the government of Gambella, including Ethiopian government, they went through him. They went after him. What about those who were killing people? They rebel. Why no one in the state run after them? There's nothing affect for us to say it is complicated, but it is then it is a tribal line of annual leadership that made it complicated. The same situation like that we are now having in South Sudan, because the president see himself as the president of Dinka. That's why we have the same problem. Thank you, Comrade Tood, you can come in.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Godwich, and thank you, Mr. Quest, too. Debate sometimes is good. Like, we got few questions for you. Those questions should have been answered by a person who is from Anyuak community. But right now,
I'm talking in the context of
you have to answer some of them.
Context of the state of the people of Gambella, the way I see Gambella as a region.
I read it on social media. I read it on social media, but I didn't know if it was true or not. Our leader was arrested, right?
That's all we want.
Did you hear that news, or maybe not, or maybe true? No,
not yet. I will make a phone call later to find out. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's say right now, Mr. Quid, we know you are not an Anyuak. We know that very well, but we know you are a suicider. Okay. In reality, Umot didn't do what he could have done as the president of Gambella region. That is a fact. We saw it without argument. He decided not to take any action. Even though you are an Anyuak person, but you are a Gambellan, you are a Gambella regional president. If there is any death, people are affecting you, to send that particular family a condolence letter, just to calm down the situation. I don't know, my battery now is going out, but I will fix it after it went off, and then maybe I will come back on again. When 9 people got killed in the church in Wantoa or in Mantar, Gambella President Umot did not send a condolence letter. He didn't do it. But he was affected as the president. He didn't do it. When bus attacked on the road, all of us expect President of Gambella to send condolences to Nuer community, and in particular to the family of disease, to the deceased family. He didn't do it. He just went on to visit agriculture or something like that, or planting trees somewhere. That's what I heard. Okay, that alone could tell you Umot Wujula, as the president of Gambella region, is not qualified to be a president of Gambella region no more. Because of that, because of this. If I could ask you right now, let us pretend like you are an Anyuak person. Your job as the president is to protect the welfare of all those people, despite that they're from Nuer or from Koma or from Anyuak, from what. It is your responsibility to protect all of them. But Umot didn't do that. Umot chose his own color, that he is not representing every single person in Gambella region. Whether he did it by mistake, whether he did it intentionally, whatever he decided. He didn't do anything as the president. He didn't protect anybody. He didn't do his own responsibility correctly. But if it happened today, Umot must be replaced and must be replaced by a newer person. Would you like it? would you be like, yes, it is good right now? Because the reason why we want, okay, let's
Because
say,
you asked me a question.
no, let me,
Okay.
I'm not hearing you guys
I
right now.
think the time is against us.
Yeah, I
Can
run out of
we
my,
just make a conclusion? So now it's midnight.
okay, okay,
So
I run out of battery. Let me make my point and then I will go out, guys.
okay, make your
So,
point.
yeah, let me make my point real quick. I was about to ask Mr. Quest a question, but I will have no time right now because I got only 5%, and then I will know battery. Okay, poor guy. Thank you very much, poor guy. Thank you very much, brother Gadwich, and thank you very much, Mr. Quest.
Anyuak.
I think Quest in Anyuak, I think mean Ujulo, right?
I have no idea.
Yeah. So now I have no barrier at all, guys. Forgive me for that, and then I will just go out, and then maybe I will go in again with my cell phone just to see how you close it. Okay.
All right.
So we shall meet again on another day. So I don't have a barrier at all right now. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think it will be the end of the discussion. I think two of you, I will give you each one of you just a final conclusion so that we can adjourn the show. It's getting late right now, so I will not choose anyone, but you can pick. You want to go first or second?
Yeah, let me come in. Yeah, comrade Gash, comrade Peter Quest, it has been good for us to be on the show today, and the debate has been so good. Sometimes when there is no issue to be debated, the show sometimes can be easily. It's good that we have to debate and respond some question, maybe be hard on each other. Still we respect each other. This is how the debate is always how this is how it always be. Look, this show is very good. That we have actually shared it today in English, so that our brother and sister from the other side of Anyuak can later on view this show and can see our position. My position has been very clear. That, as you mentioned it already, that the reason why we have this show is because Anyuak are calling for peace. And, in any war situation, nobody would ever reject peace. Peace is a cornerstone of any society. There can be any society, there always be peace. Peace is the number one priority. But peace must be defined, and it has to be understood what sort of peace that need to be allowed to happen. We have been suffering for a long time in the hand of Anyuak. They know it. The Ethiopian government has also become clearly that Nuer community are being killed on a daily basis by Anyuak. They actually block us to go somewhere where we can actually access services. We cannot travel to Addis Ababa. We cannot travel to people cannot travel to Itang, or people are not allowed to come to Gambella. This is our time. They give us very hard time, and why we don't know, because the reason we are being killed we don't know. People mix it. They say it is because Nuer are refugee. They need to go back to their country. Nuer are this. We don't need them. Nuer become a big number in Gambella, which is absolute nonsense. They connected in a different way. But the agenda they have is that they don't want Nuer to stay in Gambella, which is completely impossible. It is a mission that they will never achieve. It is impossible because we have been existing in Gambella, even we would say even more than before Anyuak came to that state. Okay? Because if you go back to the Ethiopian-Italian War, that was 1800. And 1800, all of us, we were new in Gambella. The Anyuak were new. The people of the Nuer were new. We all been termed as the people of Ethiopia. So they don't have right today that Nuer would leave Gambella. As much as we don't have right to say Anyuak will leave Gambella. We all have the same right to live peacefully, side by side, to respect each other, to be in peace, and to embrace one another. I can go to stay in Anyuak area. The Anyuak community members can come to Nuer community area. There can be no need for segregation that you have to leave that side. Like they term New Land as the Nuer area, and then the other side is Anyuak area, which is completely wrong. If it is the state that come up with that restructuring, and Gambella need to be restructuring in terms of way people live. It is a government that actually allowed that division, because if it is not the government, the government would be very harsh toward whoever actually violate the right of other citizens. And for that matter, I would say, let us accept peace, and at the same time, let us not just simply say, yes, peace has come. We have to say, yes, there is a peace, but there are demands that has to be met for peace to be realized in that state. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, final statement, Mr. Quith.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, thank you, Comrade Gadwich, and thank you to poor God, and Comrade Toot, Wish. It's a good debate. You know, as a Nuer community, we are very democratic community, and that's why sometimes we don't agree on certain things. It disadvantages us in some form, because other people always take advantage of our diverse thinking. And then they take it to their advantage. But in the long run, it will be good. There are certain things that you guys mentioned earlier, that we are a very peaceful community. And the reason why we are a very peaceful community is because we don't want to kill people. And we don't just decide. We don't want to kill other people because there are always people that will say no. It's not okay to do it. And that's our nature as a community. And that's why sometimes we become victims, because we become very divided on how to go and attack other community. And then we left us in very vulnerable positions, because if there is destruction within, definitely there is a disagreement within, definitely it leaves everyone with a very, very vulnerable position. And that's why other people take advantage of that. So they'll come with speed and kill us. Let me come to the issue. Peace is good. As peaceful community as we are, that means peace is good. In which way? You always find it out when you sit down and discuss things. For me, I agree. If there is people who are calling for peace, I should be one of them as well, if I have a capacity to be one. Otherwise, I support peace. It doesn't matter whether I'm in distance or not, I'm far away from it or not. Peace is good. Gambella issue is not new to any of us. Before we are not there, other people who talk about, I'm not saying there like physically, we are not there, other people who talk about it because we talk about it. There are people that talk about it before, long before us. If you see the connection, it's always the same. So maybe one day the people of Gambella will come and sit down and address it and see the way they want to address it. So for me, peace is good. Talking is good. And the people of Gambella, they not get used to approach the situation and talk about it. That's why there's a problem, because there are certain things that should be debated in the parliament, which is the issue of separating the community people. There are certain communities that say we don't want to associate with other people. These are things that they should talk about as a people who are governing the state. They should address them and talk about them. So I stop from there. Peace is good. How it will play out, we'll wait and see. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Quid, and thank you also, Simon, for your coming. I hope we will meet next time with a new topic. I think we will also continue discussing Gambella issue, because the conflict is still on. It's not finished yet, not end yet. So thank you. You can, exclude yourself from the show. It's time for us to go to bed, because it's getting late right now. So thank you very much, gentlemen. We shall meet again next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, comrade.
In conclusion, thank you for those who are watching today. Thank you for your coming. This topic is all about Gambella issue, and all of us, we are very aware about the current, event in Gambella. The situation is not settled yet. It's just a little bit by little bit. So as we know that that they are in process in Gamgame, which means they will replace member of parliament. Maybe they will come to the final list to replace governor, and also all the worker. There will be a lot of change, but we don't know yet. So this is a federal level, because the Ethiopian system is not a democracy system or democracy process. This is a federal government that make a decision to replace a governor or member of the parliament. So there is no election allow like democracy process. People can elect and the governor or those member of parliament. This is a system that's related to South Sudan system. So this, you see the so-called presidential degree. That's what you see in Ethiopia, Gamgame, or they call it what name they used to do. Is not a good process. Sometimes it will end up like bringing the wrong person to the state, and then it will continue the same thing, and there will be no progress at all, and there will be no change, no job creation. Even the conflict, the ongoing war will never end. So to make my final remark on this, as we all aware about the Anyuak culture, it is something that is very abused. There's no confusion, and there is no complication. It's all about the Anyuak are responsible for insecurity in Gambella. I knew it, and I know it. I tell them on their page. They knew that I talk about it all the time on social media. When we talk about the conflict in Gambella, we are talking about the absence of leadership. At this time in 21st century, so we are not back in the day. We are in the new. It means a country with the constitution, with the leadership. So in a state, if there is any problem in that particular state, it is the responsibility of the current governor. If there is a fight, we cannot blame the warring tribe. We have to blame who's in lead, who's the leader, who's the governor of the state, so that we can see how he's going to plan, how he's going to position himself. So in this particular situation in Gambella, the fundamental problem in Gambella is the leadership of Anyuak. All right, all Anyuak. There will be no good Anyuak I ever see in Gambella history. When an Anyuak come to leadership, it become like the day one start killing Nuer. And also the state employees, you will see Anyuak controlling all the big position. And then that's why the killing start. Think about Agua Lemo. After Malice become a leader of the new governor, the new prime minister in Ethiopia. So he gave power to the Anyuak for how many years? Long time. So Anyuak are very busy killing Nuer every day in the refugee camp, in anywhere across the state, killing a lot of Nuer. This is not something new to us. This is their culture. If they are not fit to lead, they only just kill people for no reason. So for that reason, I think a peaceful solution in Gambella is not right. It's not good at this time. I don't think we need peace. All we need to replace a governor, we need a new leadership. So in order to bring peace to Gambella, there has to be accountability. Who killed Nuer? Who is responsible? We knew that governor is an Anyuak. All the security sector are Anyuak. Finance person is an Anyuak. You have seen Anyuak are busy all this year, making a lot of money, and then this money they bought a lot of gun, and then they turned the gun against the Nuer. They killed a lot of Nuer in Itang, in Gambella, in Fenyado, in Kuluwan, in Puldang, in Matar, in different places. They are busy killing Nuer for no reason. If you ask an Anyuak, why you killing Nuer? They're talking about refugee. They cannot even explain it and why they're killing Nuer refugee in Ethiopia. They're killing Nuer citizen in Ethiopia. They're just killing all Nuer. That's the name of Nuer. So Anyuak are working 24/7. Their main mission, they have to defeat, forcefully remove the Nuer through killing, intimidation, so that they can go back to South Sudan. They 100% believe that Nuer are refugees in Ethiopia. They don't see Nuer Ethiopian as a citizen of that country. They see them as a refugee. They call them all refugee, not only the refugee who live in Fenyado and Kuluwan, Kulutu. They call all the Nuer are refugee, even the citizen of Ethiopia. So this is something very obvious to all Anyuak. So there's nothing we can discuss like making our time on social media, talk about politics. No, you don't need no politics to talk about Anyuak. All you need is war, because they're looking for fight. When a citizen like you calling you a refugee, what is that telling you? What are you doing? What are you waiting for? Anyuak, they are not fit to lead. You cannot even find a good Anyuak leader. I never see a good Anyuak leader in Gambella. Always, Anyuak kill people. They're ambushing people. They attack the bus at Nabo. They killed one person yesterday. They attacked one person with a knife in Gambella downtown yesterday. They killed a lot of Nuer. That's why we came up with the good term. They are the terrorists of Ethiopia. They are the terrorists of Gambella. When you ambush, you are busy. If you are busy ambushing people, attacking people on the road, buses, shopping mall, this is an act of terrorism. They are terrorists. There's no other word to describe Anyuak. They are the terrorists. They are in leadership. What are they looking for? When they lead the Gambella for so long during Malay Zenawi, Nuer community never rebel against the system. They still resist. They just keep silent. So now it become a Nuer leadership, there will be no problem. When it become an Anyuak leadership, there is a fight. You have to see Nuer being killed, or Islander being killed by Anyuak, ambushing, killing Islander, killing Nuer, killing anybody through ambushing. This is the act of terrorism. How are we going to solve the problem? Can you sit around table with Anyuak, talk about wasting time? You can never negotiate with the terrorists. You will never get any good solution Only bad word attacking you through word, insulting, name calling. They don't have any real agenda why they are fighting for. What are they fighting for? Just we don't need Nuer because these people, they, the nature created them in that way. They don't like Islander, they don't like Nuer, they don't like nobody. They like themselves. So I don't think they like themselves. When Agua Alemu was the governor for so long, who killed him? Anyuak. Because they want to push let Agua to accept the Anyuak agenda. They don't care about the national agenda. They don't even care that is the president or the prime minister or that is the constitution in Ethiopia. They don't care. Only Anyuak agenda to kill. And that's why they kill Agua. Even this Morujulo, they can kill him if they get him. They don't care because they say you are not following what we intend to do. Even his life is in danger in his own community. So Anyuak attack us probably how many places? 9 places or more. We have lost a lot of people, a lot of Nuer in Gambella in the end of Anyuak terrorist community. So they are in leadership. The governor is an Anyuak, finance is an Anyuak, national security is an Anyuak. Big position controlled by Anyuak. And Nuer community never say anything. They just say, all right, that's your turn to choose who you like to work with. So Anyuak, they are still sleeping. This is the 21st century. All right? Ethiopia is a country. South Sudan is a country. We've been divided into 2 countries. The Nuer in Ethiopia and the Anyuak in Ethiopia must work together in their state. Gambella is an Anyuak and Nuer state plus Majangar and other tribe. So Anyuak, they have a Nuer phobia. If we live with Nuer, they will assimilate us. That is the Anyuak phobia. They will control everything because their culture is too dangerous. Well, we live side by side. What prevents you not to convert Nuer to be an Anyuak? What prevents you to convert Nuer to be an Anyuak? If you have a wrong culture, that's why you can never convert Nuer to be an Anyuak. It will be impossible. Because we have democracy. We have a good heart. We are good people. We are not bad. Even in this war, there's a lot of Anyuak in Nuer area. And we protect them. We consider as a part of Nuer community member. So nobody can attack them. You know what I'm talking about. Can you see any Nuer in Anyuak land being protected by Anyuak? The answer is no. The answer is no. So how are we going to have peace in Gambella when Anyuak in leadership? They fail to lead. They will fail tomorrow. They will fail 1 million times. They are not fit to lead because they are terrorists. So they declare war on us, on Nuer. In how many front? Probably 7 times, 7 places. Let me read all this. I think even though you knew them, let me read all these places they have attacked. Okay? So you see, Anyuak terrorists attack Nuer in the following areas: Matagagwa, Itang, Makot, Gambella City, Pinyudu, Kulawan, Puldang, and Tumentin Few. And you know your size, your number compared to the Nuer population. Nuer in Gambella more than Anyuak. You've been busy killing Nuer under your leadership, and that's why McAllister were stationed in Anyuak town. You can never see a Makelkia in Nuer area, only in Anyuak area. That is your plan, to bring Makelkia and then to do what? Terrorist act, killing Nuer. You run away. When Nuer follow you, Makelkia stop the Nuer. In Abol, there is a Makelkia. In Yitan, there is Makelkia. In Iler, there is Makelkia. In Makert, there is Makelkia. In so many places. Who brought those Makelkia Nainul army to that area, to Anyuak area? This is Anyuak leadership. Why there is no Makelkia in your area? Because you have a plan to kill Nuer. You have loot public fund, state fund. You turn the state fund to Anyuak community terrorist activity. And you bought a lot of guns. You went to South Sudan. You begged Salva Kiir to give you a gun because Nuer are here to invade our land. We need help. He gave you the money, the intelligence, the everything. And that's why you have attacked Matar, Gagwang, Itang, Makot, Gambella City, Pinyidu, Kulawan, pull down, and more area to be attacked by Anyuak in less than 24 hours. We knew all those kind of tricks, all kind of criminal activity you have been busy for. We knew them all. So now you're calling for peace. Oh, Anyuak being killed. Anyuak being killed by the Nuer. Nuer are bad people. My friend, my friend Anyuak. Stop scapegoating. Your own mistake cannot belong to the Nuer. Stop it. We are on defensive. You are on offensive. You are the one who busy killing us. We haven't declared war against the Anyuak. We believe we will go through the rule of law. We need Umar to be fired and get arrested. All those finance ministers, security chief, they need to go to jail. And this is what the Nuer will do, talk to the prime minister. Justice must prevail. Our people who lost their life in the end of Anyuak, those who kill our people must pay the justice. And also, not only that, compensation will be a time and tide wait for no man. Otherwise, that's where problem start. If we will declare war against the Anyuak, Makelkia will never stop us. If they will stop us, they will know what we will do. Now we will go through the process, the rule of law. Talk to the prime minister. We have lost this kind of people. Anyuak need to face something. Some people must go to jail because we did not start it. They are the one. And the federal government knew it very well. So that's why we are very quiet, because we will follow the law. We respect the law. We have a law in our community. We are not lawless community. We are not terrorists like Anyuak, who can take law into their own hand. We can never do that. It's an attack. If we can take law into our own hand, we should go deeper, and Anyuak cannot be there. Some places they will leave and they will go distant, too far away. We respect the law because we have a law in our community. So your number compared to the Nuer, you are a small community. That's why sometimes we keep silent even though we lost so many lives. We say, oh, well, why don't we talk about something before we write into that conclusion? We talk. We want to know why and what happened, why they did that. Who did this? We ask questions all the time. We never write for any, even if the Nuer go to war, we go to war after we complete everything. We never go to the war that can be some tomorrow we'll be blamed for it. We go to war a just war. We believe that this time around, 21st century, I think it's the time to make a change. Anyuak community, they don't see the danger, something it will destroy the entire community. They think about today, when they have a small power, they believe this power will last for so long. So what happened right now? You talk about peace, people who were displaced. You run away because you have commit crime. You kill a lot of us. You assume that no one will come and kill us. That's why you run away. You went to Gambella. Some people, they went in Gok or somewhere in South Sudan, cross the border. When you are terrorists, you did something wrong, you run away. Evacuation become an issue now in Anyuak community because they knew what they have done to Nuer. That's why peace comes after war. Without war, there will be no peace. If there is a peace, if we are talking about peace between Nuer and Anyuak, Anyuak must admit their wrongdoing. Why they killed Nuer in Matargagwang, in Yeteng, in Makot, in Gambella City, Pinyudu, Kula 1 and Kula 2, and Puldan. You are offensive. You are attackers. You are planet, free land. And now you crying, Nuer killing us. Why Nuer killing us? My friend, you knew it because a community in the system of terrorism, they can never admit their wrongdoing. They just keep silent, blaming the victim community for your own making problem. Who's going to accept this? Only people who don't know Anyuak. That's why I don't have any. I never dream about peace with Anyuak. Forget it. I can never go there. If people talk about it, even in my own house, I will walk out. Why waste time with the terrorist community who cannot even tell the truth, who can never admit their wrongdoing? Why can you watch this show today? You watch the show how we talk how the Nuer. You see one person disagree with the war. This is a sound judgment community. When the community disagree with in an issue, that is the process of democracy system, that kind of society. Can you see in an Anyuak show disagree that you can see a disagreement? No, because they are terrorists. If you disagree, they kill you. In our community, we disagree, we never kill each other. We respect. The gentleman also say, I disagree with the war. I need peace. Can any Anyuak disagree with the Anyuak community that we cannot war, we cannot fight against the Nuer? Nuer are the majority. I'm not supporting the war. That person will die innocently. Who are you? We will live side by side, and still you can never imitate our culture that can change your life. Your number, your population, you have a small community number. Your population is too small because you are not assimilating people, and you have no willing to assimilate other tribe to become an Anyuak because you don't have a good culture. The Nuer in Pinyudu, if they are Anyuak in Pinyudu and Pinyudu Nuer community, they will come a Nuer community, new Nuer community member in less than a year. We will give them the land. Those who don't have a wife, we can give them a girl for free. This is our culture, beautiful. Why you are killing people who don't have a gun? A community that is killing women and young children And then now you are denying that you are not a terrorist. I think the only thing you can learn through war, that's it, no more. Peace talk with Anyuak is no more peace talk. We will deal through that kind of violence. If there is something will make it difficult on your community, that's not our problem. That's your own making. You have to blame yourself. If you cry, blame yourself. The Nuer population in Gambella is more than Anyuak in Gambella. So if you decide to declare war, you make it hard on you. When we go to war, we fight the war that we will win. We can never lose the war, the fight. So if you never listen or you never learn, I think you will learn through your action, your attitude, your thinking, your violent thinking. I think you will learn through it, because this time Nuer community will be very aggressive toward Anyuak. Anything you will done on Nuer, we will do the same thing. That's it. That's the only way. So to the federal government of Ethiopia, I hope we are coming direct to the Prime Minister. If it is the order of Prime Minister to send Melekelek here to Anyuak zone alone to protect Anyuak, we want to know. We will get there. So this thing will be ugly on Anyuak. We are very silent, but we will go through the rule of law. We will respect the law. We want to hear from Prime Minister, because Nuer are right. They are not the one who start the fight. It's not enough. We need more compensation. Justice must prevail. If we live a country under the law, justice must prevail. Otherwise, we have right to take law into our own hand. If we decide to do it, we can do it in broad daylight. And Anyuak, we knew that culture. So there is no time to waste, because from now until maybe in a month, we will start counting the Nuer community member who have been murdered by Anyuak terrorist community member. We want to know how many people we have lost in the end of Anyuak. We're going to do this, give it to the federal government. We have lost these people because of Anyuak. Penyudu alone, we have 400 people lost. 400 people have been killed by Anyuak through terrorist way. 24/7. They are busy killing innocent civilians who have no gun. And the same federal government failed to protect them. This time it will be ugly on Anyuak, not on us, because we will get rid of some thing in our culture, so that we will deal Anyuak accordingly, the way they want. This is a time and tide, wait for no man. Take it or leave it. This is the reality. This is the reality. You have been busy killing our people for so many years. It is time we're going to upside down the fetch. All right? Take it or leave it. Tell it we have no peace with Anyuak. Only if they say we are very sorry, this is our mistake. And this kind of statement not enough. Compensation is on the table. You admit your wrongdoing, compensation. You kill people for no reason. You need to face something. And also, some people will end up in jail. If not, this is a time and tide wait for no man also. We are human. We are not animal. We are not tree. We are phoenix. We are not phoenix, So we come and die like other human. All right? So this is a time and tide wait for no man. And me de lar ko tong Nuer ala u ne dung nan ga ber jo ja ten chi de ga pa ga ne chen cha moy ke gig ber ti kan kon nek ka du gul cha kon na ta ka ma ta cha kon na ta ki teng minute time cha kon na ta ka ma kon minute time cha kon na ta ka Gambella si de minute time cha ne kon na ta minute time ka pinyu do ko kula wan men kula tu ya ne kon nek ko kur di pool de an kan ben men ber go ber upeno ber lul ber tianam ber hero chi ko ben kan ya kan ber pool de ko ngai kon pekin ala telekon mar telekon pit ko ber tele pit me gor kon forget it tele mal me gor ko ber one lloyd ka men gor kan ku ci kana dan nak nurun kon ci ko re ti bag year ko kon human la ran pit ko runi wan kula ran chay tan ande ben nak yu ram to lot inshallah ba ber we mon de na rodien western la north america kan south america ya ji ke te di cha ga tu cha ga nak cha ta ne na similar we mon mai na rodien ne chere chang na te na chak ku na ron nak tele there is no problem la me chang na bichar ku na nak gente responsible kon ne ku do le char ku le char ku na nak cha kon kam mi chit gan wan lloyd tele negotiation ka ber tele negotiation ka ber only if you can la we are very sorry a mistake da bi kan ne kon chul kan ne nak na ba ga yen to kan ne ma kan galat ke nyam tele mi jalo mal ka ber tele mal wan lloyd jen wo ne ban wo through the law ne kon ci lu bang be ber ka chul ne den nak na ngai shoot kan ka ga bel ba ga yen yu kun yene de tol gete yu na ngai ba na ngai tigrai do yu na medan kai yu tol kan ga ji kalat ka kanen gan ber kan no kwal kan ko mai kan na kon ton let kon contribute jen mo nang no kon ber nama biyen je kai biyen je kai je ba loy dun ni gwa bia ring tuno kontine ga bom ka long kud kingdom of terrorism dun ni choptin ke leden one day pashala de ne choptin ko kor me ne chobre shulu ko kor cha king kan ang ne ju krenda is coming to you kone ideal ti ne one terrorist tel ke democracy system ga community en morlene ke terrorist anyone ke terrorist chulu ke terrorist amende gan ke terrorist that's why ne yi ke kine ran tu kor la to ne kor kan dial mara dun do ne yo kor point ko ba yo dun sia da long ya ga dia kan ke ne mo ma ya ne ban nak ngoda be yene je kingdom of terrorists ke tiernam poshala bene chop mu ne je bene chop me cha ga gon ko morle ne chop ke fi bo ko don ton ti ka ba tele ga mu ne je bene ko nang ka poshala ko jen gwa la tin ngwan tin bane nak ba ga destroy yang ne king bene ngot tram bene nga ga mar ga ba yan mai be careful enemy a severe warning look liang de yina kai bangwang be lo de ka ta medela kon gura de gan werdia rammet ka ber ba nang ni tel da dien gur enen nuer met ka ber a cha ngai nak ni this time we nuer ba chung atiu banajal duop kel nuer met ka ber terrorist cha da pel men chankel ko pelan ka je ba kon be moy ke rek the same people that take you beten nak nuer mo wa je an nak ne ku dam gwai ke man gor ga nuer majority me kan yu kariem nueri then ba ja kien kwar ko ne ni gwa kien kwar ko ne botin bo te ka dora mi te ka dora bo pe mon we mon na ngaro dia so de la ru ne chilo te je ne dia to ni man gor ber ya loide je nu kan kon kor kap ber kan e kor kap ne kun bar karo go kana ben tiamping ki na ben attack and then ki clear ben je ko magor ke cha juring ko dong no ben ko char gal ka makal kya ya got kun dur kun dia char ya umot cha mo ge ngade makal ke ku be ku la gam ku be ne nek be ko yo be ring yo ku ne ben ko run makal ke bar mun wari yen pe lun ku ja chona nga federal government chiu ne ju fel ko cha la ne ko no justice reason na kan ne ko ne ko kan ne ko nak bi ne ko chul kan bar bi kan ne ko chul ko kan ne ko nak chal pale ya bang ti ko no no yo ko ne federal government bi kan ne ko chul jen mi ki ne bi mi guro ki ne bi bi kan ka chul ne kan ne den na ba ga yen chane wan ne ka Gambella kon chane wan ne ka pe yidu to Nuer kon ke chang ba ga la bi kan Nuer kon this time Nuer nu quay ke man gor ga Nuer bo ba jak kyang ko ko ne ku kan ne mo ga na ga ki ba bi ku right ku ne ku am ko bar support ba kon ki kon go lo kan lo kon don loy den te loy bin nang loy man nang ra ki loy mi go so ngay con ber con ro lan cha ko gur ngay con ko ne kon but ne ne yi ko kon ngay con ko ju kon ko ba gur kon ne den ha ko kon so de la loy te yen dia la ban je chang na dien na me no cha go yeah so one loy de ke man gur ke ber te la mal ga ku ngay kal che dien kan to la ani ban je chang na dien good night.
When
wajam Doya maja nyam yang lejana pinya mor ya benduka Doya maja kilenya mai pupia mai libya kan Nam doria konyen bade pinya ya de wanya de kurpaya Nubi lo rodere tine ya dame jo nyukiye yen bedwar ga do mai toroge yen bedwar ga do mai torog ya mai no ga bil pam na ke ju kana to chirom na bai mol wan ta kir mi ye me ya torong da ja bere ya bai to wenge pam ya dame jo nyukiye yen bedwar ga do mai toroge yen bedwar ga do mai torog ya mai no ga bil pam na ke ju kana to chirom na bai mor wan ta kir mi ye me ya torong da ja bere ya bai to wenge
Ray South Sudan, hey, Simon C, my champ, hey, hey, Wang Dun Kong, yeah, let's go. We mon Keliu, Syria, Libya, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Yi, Kaninku. Charuka potalia dunga du lia taping dog yal we man kena baji chena ken kag du kuda tunye bole maije tene jina kaka chila ngwere kagwa tene jina kaka kam du yelu leng duke kamo shale no la ro dia pondu chitunde lwaja ba munyu po take a rat keje rank te gan te kwacher ko ke time lao dene ro de juedu wajin kwar long ne go mang bi ko nok wang dun kon tela miling yena jang tela miling yena Ray South Sudan, hey, Simon C, my champ, hey, hey, Wang Dun Kong, yeah, let's go. We mon Keliu, Syria, Libya, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Yi, Kaninku. Shall we get? Dung the chara cho the liu shene kelitang. Ne roka ke baka jog lip katel. Yena chure kana loy nas chobero akan konichu wit. Yen jang sele shama ken yena chepu mene shamal. Bujen ke amene nas konas tanga rama ran cham baka chuwit jang chama magal yajen word sele mipun kor baka kor pechireng machar nyuru kwam bakon kana kom kana chukum kel bachudu tinchi wogandit rama tiketi dati rama tikaloti Ray South Sudan, hey, Simon C, my champ, hey, hey, Wang Dun Kong, yeah, let's go. We mon Keliu, Syria, Libya, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Yi, Kaninku.
Seleko belga kus baga belji lia gadnka Shanda je kashanku le dinne ye sele do me go ne ye kaji
Chipping wang, chipping coat, chaway duck, chaway wang. Grade not pin, not chickaliu. Young baka ya captain. Tell a rama baka palwe, changa dana baka chubwi. Grade nas, changa tonga teta na, tell a kid, jube, but wang. Tell a got a can of drunk baka Paris or Sudan. And rama buran look, rama bunua look, jen bajen.
Just to see alongside DJ Chung. Well, let me to me and a dim select
Ray Sauce down. Hey, Simon C. My champ. Hey, hey. Wang Dun Con. Yeah, let's go.
Well, let to me and a dim select
We mon Kelly, Syria, Libya, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Yi, Kaninku, Liangaja.
لما بنت معي أنا الجنوب السوداني وفخور إني نوراوي شهر التاريخ علي وصلت لكل بالي عرفت الناس البية وعرفت أي شيء من قبل بداية نضع الأجداد إذا كان ضد الإنجليز قاسي صورة النوير اللي تكلم عن التاريخ عارفين الجنوب جريح من زماننا مستريح يعني عامل زي الكيس الخفيف اللي بيشيل الروح بجد عايز أكون صريح بالمرة أكون نزيه نوراوي تقول الحقيقة وفي طبعه ما بيصدم دايما ما بخلي حق ومهما نكلف الثمن انا معروف بالرجوله والشجاعه وكل القيم الاخلاق والشرف كمان الطيبه والكرم
Keno Anyuak kong ay kamakwar Sing jari jamawar Tala ramaja agwer An wajah macarier Dunyo an chandier Kong ay jaman bichok Kamadang kejor Siap bichok kelok Wigwar An bayi talk Shit kagad Yan ay tinas An was na kama na yato Yan ay yato Sharo jama talk Bachang batok Yan siya nyaro Kong gani yin Yapat pialoy nirup Siya malingi check a shot me bot char Kegwen me kap duen Keram mi bachela Tata Tesha bancho Kawati baban buk kaben para Batel me parga Wacho ba Palawa Kone tinar Banana chungi kesyang Dudan ngadan Marinda Gapara Me baba gacho bar Yalwi dor Insenya wo Gacho bar Biapat biapat Kalma ken Rawo
ye de bin ye tu ya ya u ta kai man ni ga burka mal ya jor bo wane yang pon jala bar mana ban da gore ko yang anu bo ni bar ma de mai tu le ai đỡ về bây giờ coi mày bây giờ cho liên bờ đẹp mỗi nước về đây nhau rồi lưu ca cũng có đi chả bây giờ cho liên bờ đẹp mỗi nước về đây nhau rồi lưu ca cũng có đi chả rồi liên là lăng lăng lên na để nhìn nó bờ thì nó bờ liền ai bờ bờ cho cái bờ cái nhà lên bằng ngắt gì ai đỡ về bây giờ coi mày bây giờ cho liên bờ đẹp mỗi nước về đây nhau rồi lưu ca cũng có đi chả bây giờ cho liên bờ đẹp mỗi nước về đây nhau rồi lưu ca cũng có đi chả rồi liên là lăng lăng mấy ba để nhìn nó bờ thì nó bờ chân ai bờ cho cái bờ cái nhà lên bằng ngắt gì la leña doliye nani nyalmo ba bangitun nani nyalmo ba bangitun liben gagin ba jujan meten jo ka kadar do wadyu